Well, good evening, Keep Pounding Nation. Happy schedule release day here on Blitzball Champ Gaming. Blitzball Champ Jason Ingram here. It is Wednesday, May 14th of 2025. The time has come. The Carolina Panthers 2025 season schedule has been released. So, wanted to get on here and go over each of the games because it's quite a lot to go over, and just to kind of give my early thoughts and opinions, and there will be some others joining in as well. But yeah, wanted to get on here, give my thoughts and opinions on the schedule. So let me see. Okay, still see others getting set up. Okay. All right. About to join a voice channel. So let's do this. Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
How y'all doing today, man?
I'm doing
It's a
good.
beautiful
Doing
day.
good.
It's a beautiful day for a schedule release.
Yes, sir.
Oh
Yes,
man,
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I feel like it didn't
Now,
take.
how many of us
I feel
have
like it.
come in here going blind to the schedule? That's what I want to know.
I felt like it didn't take long for May 14th to get here.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh man. So I
How many
was.
of y'all have not seen it yet?
I have not. I have not.
I have not either. I went in blind too.
Yeah, like I opened the link, but I haven't
Ooh,
really.
boy.
I haven't really gone through it, but I have opened
The
the link.
temptation was horrible on social media. You have no idea.
Well,
Oh my god.
just say y'all gonna be surprised. Y'all are gonna be surprised.
Oh, David, you already seen it?
Oh man.
And it's been all over my daggone Facebook page. I couldn't help but to see it.
Ah,
No, that
fair
I avoided
enough.
it like the plague, man.
Every time I get on Facebook, it's the first thing I see pop up. Schedule release, schedule release. I'm like, oh man. I should have just stayed off of Facebook.
Bro, I've been hearing rumors all day. I'm
Uh,
like, bro,
I can't say I haven't heard too much while I was at work. So, I think I definitely dodged some bullets.
yeah.
But well, are we waiting on anybody else, or do we want to?
Yeah, let's get everybody in Discord. That's in.
Okay.
Um I know we were trying to get Andy in here that represents the Seahawks. Um because I know he's gonna want to talk some Seahawks ball. Um
Oh, he's
and he's
a.
also got some really fascinating facts too for us. He's fun.
Oh,
You'll
he's.
love him.
Oh, he's a Seahawks fan.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I've ever met a Seahawks fan.
I know
Interesting.
too.
Especially not around this area. Is he from? Is he from here?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
No, he's
Int-
not.
Interesting.
Yeah. Anybody that's in Discord, jump in here, man. Jump in here. If you're watching the stream and you're in Discord and you're fixing to jump into the live stream today, and I've invited you, jump in. Get in here.
Get your bums in.
Hey, man, I want to first of all talk about Clowney, man, because there's been a lot of
Man.
conversation about Clowney.
Oh, snap.
Here's the interesting thing. This dude did not produce last year. Everybody wants to talk about sacks as the primary thing. No, this dude did not produce in a lot of different areas, not just sacks last year. And some of it you can blame on Evero, some of it you can blame on Clowney. But Clowney is acting all salty on social media about it. And I'm like, bro, you understand the business, man. You understand the nature of the business. You've been here long enough. You got to understand if you don't produce, you're gone. I don't care if
Yep.
you're from Carolina or not. We're not looking for people that are just from Carolina. We're looking for people that are going to ball out for us and ball out for us long term. That's what we extended J.C. Horn. You know what I mean?
I think it's a very interesting sort of situation because I wasn't a crazy fan of the release. I understand like what we got, in return for that, especially money wise.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, part of me can understand why he feels a certain way because when you really think about it, like who really stood out in a positive way on that defense last season, considering collectively the defense was pretty bad. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So it's
yeah.
like, so it's kind of like, I kind of take it as he's probably feeling like, well, why am I singled out among everybody else, sort of kind of thing. You know what I mean?
It's money wise, man.
Yeah.
It's money wise. You didn't produce the numbers, so and I mean we doubled up a defensive end in the draft. But I understand, Clowney's position to a certain degree because of the loyalty factor, for Carolina, because that's kind of been our tradition. But
Right.
that's changed a little bit now because now we're trying to win, not just be loyal to our players, but win, So we're not looking to just suck veteran guys that are just going to stick around just for loyalty, and produce average numbers. We want people that are going to stick around that are going to be loyal to us and put up the numbers. So that's
Right. Exactly.
what Clowney didn't do, So and, and I get how much he loves the Carolinas, man. I love that about him, you know.
Hmm.
And I get how he feels betrayed by that because a lot of other former Panthers feel betrayed by that too. But you got to think about it in this way because we had terrible management beforehand, and the prior management did not respect these players. Not the way Dan and Dave are. You know,
Hmm.
Dan and Dave really do care about these players, and they really want to win too. It's both.
Yeah.
So it's in combination. So when you ask why was he singled out, well, we're trying to upgrade the defensive end position. So we felt like we could replace those numbers with the rookie numbers that we're about to bring in, and for less money. So my question is, how much of this is Evero's fault, though? You know what I mean? For not teaching him the proper things to do, for his defense. You know, because you can only blame a player so much before it becomes the coordinator's fault. And once it becomes the coordinator's fault, it is 100% the coordinator's fault. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Yep.
And Evero had everybody shifting around like it was musical chairs back there. Like he had no idea what he was doing. So I mean, that's why our entire safety room had to be replaced. You know, our half our corner room, half our linebacker room, half our defensive line because he doesn't know what he's doing. So I mean, we've got him all the players that he could possibly need this year. If this man does not get things rolling this year, we need a new defensive coordinator. And Dan and Dave, I don't want to see loyalty factor anymore for that. All right, no more of this buddy buddy stuff. If
We
this dude does not produce, get him out the door and get somebody in that can.
Right.
we definitely cannot finish last in defense again. That cannot happen.
I'm tired of these guys
No,
hanging around in the
definitely.
building because of the buddy buddy factor. For 2 to 3, 4 years. No, let's stop that practice, please. We're trying to win. So now we're going to find out, is Dan and Dave capable of breaking that tradition
Hmm.
and going towards winning?
But
Or
yeah,
are we just going to see more of the same? And if we're going to see more of the same, it's going to hold us back.
yeah,
I expect at least 15 ranking, at least this year, if these rookies pan out.
yeah. Here's hoping, because things have definitely got to turn around with this defense, like, immediately.
And I can tell you this: that safety we drafted, Lansom, he's going to pan out. I know he is. I've seen those numbers. I've seen what he can do, on tape, and I said this dude's going to be a baller. We got a baller on our hands at safety. We replaced um, the guy that I had been wanting us to replace for the longest, and I'm so happy that we did that.
Right.
Who was that again? That was like,
Xavier
think of his name.
Woods.
Yeah, Xavier Woods. Now, granted, Xavier Woods had his prime with the Rams. He had his peak there. He comes over here, plays for the 3-4. You know, kind of nonchalantly plays, but it's like a Trey Boston player.
Yeah,
You know,
although he was our leading tackler, which is kind of surprising for a safety to be the leading tackler.
so was Trey Boston back then, if you remember, for a time.
Yeah, I just would think that, like a linebacker or like a cornerback or just somebody up closer would lead more of the defense in tackles than the safety, but that's fair.
It wasn't Trey Boston I was thinking of. It was oh shoot, he was a safety.
Um, are you thinking of Roman Harper?
No, it wasn't Roman Harper. It was that same era though.
It was that same era.
Same era. Yeah.
Um, Kurt Coleman?
It was one of those, man, in that backfield. That was like a 50-50. You didn't know what you were going to get from game to game. And
Huh, interesting.
yeah, let me look up some rosters real quick, and I'll let you know. I'll recognize the name when I see it. I swear.
Gotcha.
Um, if there's anything you want to cover in between, go for it.
Um, I guess when come time to do this, are we just gonna skip the preseason games and just focus mainly on regular season?
Um,
Or like at least acknowledge?
we can cover the preseason too. We can cover
Okay,
preseason too
okay. I guess at least just
because that's important too.
at least acknowledge them. Okay, fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Because you're trying to cut down from what is it? 2 cuts now? 2 cuts now?
So yeah, because it's 3 preseason games. So
Oof.
Yeah.
I don't like how they're doing it, man. Because it used to be 4 cuts. Now then it went down to 3 because of COVID, and then they took advantage of COVID and did it again, and now it's 2. And it's just like these coaches are expected to make these cuts within that certain amount of time. And I don't like it. I don't like it.
I
yeah,
Because
feel like
beforehand, you had the time to really evaluate these guys.
Yeah, they're not getting the time they should.
Yeah. What was it? 2017. Dang it, man. I'm a watch me find it on Wikipedia or something.
Mhm.
God dang. I need a specific year though. That's what I need. Um, yeah, but I'm hearing that Princely and um our new defensive tackle are starting to get some chemistry on the D line, and
Oh,
I like that.
but
Yeah, I'm very pleased with that because we got to get some chemistry on that D line. New guys coming in, new fresh blood, and it looks good, man, to see that.
yeah, been hearing a lot of rumblings about positive notes from rookie camp and such. So this is good. This is really good.
Yeah, I haven't seen so far. I haven't seen
Everything is on
anything bad as
schedule.
far as rookie camp. So I feel like we're doing something.
Mm. Mr. Gemini, welcome to the stream. I haven't forgotten you. I will definitely get to those comments. I haven't forgotten you. Um, I guess. I mean, it's about 9:30. I mean, I don't know if anybody else or I mean, I don't know if y'all want to get started with the preseason games and maybe by.
Yeah, let's jump in there. Screw it. I'll find that name later. I'll find it later.
All right.
All
All right,
right.
official schedule. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
All right.
Get hype in chat, baby. Let me see. Keep pounding in chat.
Get your keep poundings out.
All right, so for the first preseason game, we've got the Cleveland Browns in Carolina.
Okay. Interesting first game to really get a chance to see how our rookies and such look. I mean,
It's a good warm up, I think, because the Cleveland Browns have some
More of a
talent, but at the same time, like they're very disorganized at the same time too. So you're going to see a lot of that when you see us play them. Like they don't really know what they're doing with their roster. Um, like you waited until the fourth round to draft Shador Sanders. I mean, let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room. You got Deion Sanders saying, "Oh, I'm going to sue the league because it took so long for a black quarterback to get drafted." Like it ain't got nothing to do with the fact that he's black. It's Shador Sanders and everybody's rumbling about the fact that you're over parenting and over parroting them,
mm,
the teams during the whole draft process.
hmm
And then you want to sit in on the first NFL meeting with the Browns. Man, how does that look? Like you're over parenting, bro. You're doing too much.
it's gonna be
Like let the man breathe.
it's gonna be
God
really
dang.
it's gonna be really interesting to see the lineup of quarterbacks that Cleveland is probably gonna bust out for this first preseason game, considering you know what they've drafted.
Let the man breathe. That's all I'm saying. Let the man do what he does, man. It's like trying to teach a kid how to ride a bike after you've already taught him how to ride a bike. It's like he
Right.
already knows. Back off.
Right.
You ain't got to overshadow your kid all the dang time, man. I get it, man. Helicopter parenting. That's what it's called, man. Dude,
Uh,
it's helicopter parenting in the NFL.
Bigfoot Treehouse. Welcome to the stream. Nah, you're not late. You just came in as we are taking a quick look at the preseason game. So you're just on time. You're good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're good.
Yeah, we're gonna get there.
Did they
Um.
even give Shador a contract yet?
Oh, that's a good question.
I have not
Um.
heard
Hold on,
anything
I'm
in the
about to look
news
it up
about that.
right now. I'm about to look and see what they doing right now.
Well, we have
Let's
literally signed all
see.
of our rookies, and they still have not signed Shador yet. I find that hilarious.
Actually, I haven't seen anything yet about
That
him.
would have popped up on ESPN the second it happened. I guarantee it.
I just know that he's gonna be rocking number 12.
I was so waiting for that ESPN notification, man, and I never got it. And I was like, "What are y'all doing in Cleveland, bro?"
Yeah, so as of right now, he hasn't signed anything, but they're saying that they are projecting him to earn the 4-year rookie contract worth 4.6 million, with the signing bonus of 446,000. His
I don't
total
know how they
value as
project
a
that.
fifth round his total value as a fifth round pick is estimated to be between 4.64 and 4.65.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh.
Probably the highest fifth rounder contract I've ever seen, too. By the way, that's breaking a record, I think, isn't it?
I think
Gotta
it
be.
is too. I don't remember him being anything like that.
Me neither. Unless it's like a defensive end or a linebacker or something like that.
But if
And even
anything,
then, they're sitting at 5 million
but
tops.
but anything, this is a chance that we'll get our first taste of what Shador Sanders can do.
I mean, the man could play. There's no issues with that.
Right.
It's his personality. It's his
Right.
character traits.
So that should be interesting. Um. Oh yeah, that's right. They also picked up Deontay Johnson on a 1-year deal. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm
That was a
not worried
trash
about
move.
him. He could, he's done went through half the league already.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, I want to see him face our corners, man. Our newly revamped corner room. Once we get it done, I'm gonna laugh my butt off when he gets smoked,
Yeah, but
bro.
but and then they're gonna be without Jeremiah OK, their linebacker, apparently from a bad neck injury. He's gonna miss this entire season. So
Oh man,
interesting.
that's rough.
But honestly, I'm not too worried or anything like that. If
Nah,
anything, I'm very curious just to see how the defense looks going up against Shador and their other drafted
a real
quarterback.
live
And
opponent, really.
yeah,
Opening live opponent.
yeah,
That's what I'm concerned about. Mechanics, hands, footwork, stuff like that. That's what I'm going to be looking at.
yeah,
You know, and are they producing well enough to stay on the roster?
right. Um,
Uh,
that's all I really got.
yeah, I've got my prediction on who I think might get cut and who I think are camp bodies already. And going into year two, it gets to be a stronger list. You know,
Right.
there's also a lot more competition.
True.
Um, so I don't see Watson posing a threat, and I don't see Shador posing too much of a threat to our secondary. Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Lathan Ransom's gonna get a pick.
Oh, in
Oh
this
yeah,
game. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Lathan Ransom's gonna get a pick. I'm
Saw
calling it
that
now
too.
in
N-
preseason. It's not gonna count, but he'll get one.
nice,
You hear that,
nice.
Lansom? There you go. That's how much confidence I got in you, bro. Right out of
Got
the gate.
gotta go get it.
You put up the numbers. You took care of business. You showed me what you do, and I want to see what you do in a Panthers uniform. Show it to me. All right. We got the Steelers for preseason game number 3.
Oh, don't forget the Texans. We got number.
Yeah, we got the Texans
They
for
ain't
the
showing it
second.
on the Panthers website. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
which one is that?
I got the whole schedule. It's got Saturday, August the 16th. We got the Texans at 1:00.
Yeah. That's
Where's that at?
that's in Houston.
We're playing in
Houston. Okay.
Yeah.
In Houston. I think that's a good warm up as well. That's a good intermediate opponent
Yeah.
because they have a lot of talent on that roster, and I think it's a good test for some of our rookies.
I could see that.
And for everybody that's saying, "Oh, you got the quarterback over there at Houston," so we're gonna find out who is better between Bryce and CJ, and it's just like, man, I don't care about that.
We found
care about that.
we found that out last year.
Exactly. In the second half of the year.
Yeah, we already found that out.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear all that buzz.
That's old news. You know what I'm saying? That's in the past. Forward.
I'm about to roll right past that, man.
But I'm definitely
I'm looking at the players.
I'm definitely thinking that this is gonna definitely be like a dress rehearsal game where I don't know. This will probably be the game we'll see the starters maybe play a half, potentially a half.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would say game 2 or game 3 is when we would potentially see starters come out.
Yeah.
Even if it's only for like a couple of minutes,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I expect to see more time for the starters this time around.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to see
Exactly.
that.
So.
That was a big issue last year. Don't do that again, NFL. Please don't.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Some of these guys weren't ready and they choked in the first 3 games.
Yep.
Some of them got themselves hurt too as a result of it. All right, so we got the Steelers week 3 at home.
I'm not really worried too much about them. Hell, they don't even know what they're doing for quarterback right now. Like,
yup, same.
Yeah.
They're so tough. They don't know their left from their right now.
Yeah, I have no idea what the heck. They can't be banking on settling for Skylar Thompson and Mason Rudolph. Ain't no freaking way.
That's not good enough, man.
Hey, the Sippy.
Too many good quarterbacks.
Welcome to the stream. He says Bryce Young about to roll past D's. I see you, Sippy. It's been a while. Good to see you, bro.
Yo.
But yeah, it's like the Steelers are in such a holding pattern at quarterback. I don't know what the heck they're thinking.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
I don't either. Like there was all this talk about them possibly picking up AR, and then that shit went down when Minnesota came in the picture, and it's like they didn't know what they were going to do.
Anyway.
They didn't know what they were going to do with Fields. They didn't know what they were going to do with Wilson. They just all tossed up right now. They don't even know what the fuck they're going to
do. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they picked up.
Didn't get re-signed there, so he's gone.
Yeah.
Fields got re-signed somewhere else.
I mean, they did pick up DK Metcalf, but I mean, I doubt we'll see him at all.
Who's going to throw to DK?
I was about to say, you got to have somebody to throw to him. Who's
going to throw to DK?
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair point.
Pittsburgh, what are you doing, bro?
They apparently picked up the rookie quarterback out of Ohio State, Will Howard, but I mean,
probably one of the weakest ones on the list.
Are they really considering settling with Mason Rudolph as their starting quarterback? Like they can't.
They can't seriously be thinking this is the way to go.
I mean,
like this is the stuff that's going to put Mike Tomlin on the hot seat.
I mean,
they legitimately do not have anybody that would be worth a rookie quarterback learning behind.
Nope.
Like how many?
It's not going to happen.
Like how many games has this dude started?
Not many. He was a career backup in Minnesota.
Mason. I'm curious.
Hold on, I'm about to look it
Shout
up
out to
right now.
David Screws right now in chat. He says, "Sup guys, I'm late." He says, "Hey Blitz and Corey, what's up, David? What's up, dude?"
Good evening. Good
All
evening.
right, he has a
Just in time.
total of 18 career starts in the NFL.
Out of
That's it.
out of how?
18.
Oh,
Oh my
that's
lord.
it. And he's been playing
He's played.
since 2018.
Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, what you doing?
He's played in 29 regular season games over 6 seasons,
Oh my
with
lord.
18 being starts.
And
No.
what's his record as a starter?
Uh, let's see.
He didn't get credit for any wins?
Oh, I found it.
I don't remember.
9-8-1.
So
Okay.
yeah, yeah, that's not gonna work.
I mean, that's just
But
right
see,
at
here's
50.
Here's my thing. He played with Pittsburgh from 2018 to 2023.
Yeah.
Then he went to Tennessee in 24, and now he's back in Pittsburgh in 25.
Right.
What are they seeing? Why would you bring somebody back that that hasn't even put up the numbers that you're looking at?
I have no idea, bro.
Yeah, I have no clue. Damian Hernandez, welcome to the stream.
There's so many good quarterbacks on that free agent list still that you could choose from. I don't know why you're settling.
Right.
Oh, and he
You
signed.
have the money, go spend it.
Oh, and he signed a 2-year deal with Pittsburgh.
Yep, he's about to become a starter. Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
That's the worst starting quarterback in the league right now.
The current free agent quarterbacks right now, you got Sam Darnold, you got Russell Wilson. No, he's not a free agent no more. They need to update this shit.
Yep.
Yeah, Sam Darnold's
Justin
with
Fields,
Seattle, I believe.
Yep.
Sam Darnold and Russell got signed. Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers, Jacoby Brissett, James Winston, Carson Wentz, Marcus Mariota, Kirk Cousins. I mean, you got some big names out here, and this is what you're gonna work with.
All right, two things. Carson Wentz, you're going to need a fortress to protect this dude because he's made of glass. So Pittsburgh ain't the right place for you. I supported the move when he went to KC, but Pittsburgh ain't the place for you. All right.
Damian, we're talking about Mason Rudolph, quarterback. Mason Rudolph.
Well, the Steelers' indecision on quarterback, really.
Yeah.
They're late to the carousel, man, and this is what happens. Nobody wants Aaron Rodgers' attitude.
Yep.
Sam Darnold's on the decline. He's already reached his peak. He's on the decline now.
Technically, Teddy Bridgewater is on the list according to Spot Track.
Shoot, I'd take Teddy Bridgewater over
Lord,
Mr.
not
Rudolph
Teddy.
right now. Come on, man.
Him.
I'll take Teddy.
Tyler Huntley, Desmond Ritter. Dang.
That's if I'm desperate.
Oh man, Desmond. Ain't that who Atlanta had last year?
Yeah. well, nah. Remember, he got picked up by the Raiders. The Raiders. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Damien says, "Why is Carson Wentz even in the league?" I mean, he's not.
We can sit in.
He's not a terrible quarterback.
About a bunch of them.
Oh my god.
He's not a terrible quarterback. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy. That's really what it comes down to, Damien. He hadn't been able to stay healthy. But he's a good quarterback.
Good though.
That's the biggest thing is being healthy.
Yeah. That right now is his current Achilles heel, is just hadn't been able to stay healthy.
Sure, I'll take half of these people on this list before I take Mason Rudolph. No, what is that garbage? Like, Mike Tomlin, what you doing, bro?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is you trying to get fired? Like, I like Mike Tomlin, man. I don't want to see him get fired. I want him to have a career in Pittsburgh and get retired there, man.
I mean, shoot.
This is ridiculous.
I don't know I mean, he must see something if he's rolling with Mason Rudolph. I mean, well,
Hey, see,
Oh my lord.
but um, well, shall we start the main event, gentlemen?
Let's do it.
all right. So before we even announce who we are playing in week 1,
Okay.
for those of y'all who do not realize, this is our 3rd year in a row where we have started out the season away.
Yep. That is correct.
Yep.
I'm not understanding why we keep getting the BS end of the stick. We haven't started a home season. We haven't had a season opener at home in 3 years. What is I'm not understanding that. What is really going on there? I
And I
feel
don't
like
like the fact that
we
we got
should
a
have had
division
a
opponent
season
starting out
opener at
too.
home.
I don't like the fact that we get a division opponent starting out too in the last 3 years too. That
Oh,
made me super
We
mad.
are going
oh yeah, because
well.
the last opening season. Oh yeah, that's when we had Baker Mayfield
Yeah,
open against the
yeah.
Browns. That's right.
So let me take y'all back. Hold up. 2024.
Oh,
2024.
quick comment from Damien. He says AFC North is going to suck this season, in my opinion. Browns don't have a legit O line, and quarterback. Steelers in the same position. Bengals are crap, and I still don't believe in Lamar Jackson at all as a quarterback. He's a 2-time MVP.
Right. Exactly.
Damien, what are you talking about? He's a 2-time MVP. Like what?
what what are you doing here?
What? He
I don't get I don't get it.
Look, Damien, hold on, dude. Like, what are you basing that off of? You're talking about somebody that's a 4-time Pro Bowler and a 2-time MVP, dude. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
he hasn't won a Super Bowl, but I mean, he led the league in passing touchdowns in 2019. He was the
Yep.
passing rating leader last season. What are
Mm-hmm.
you talking about,
Yep.
bro?
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on now. Come on now. What are you basing it off of? 2-time MVP.
Right.
2 times.
Right, man. So
All
taking the
right.
clock back, man. You got 2022 where we started out against the Cleveland Browns in week 1. That was the last time we didn't face a division opponent starting out the season. 2023, we started out with the Atlanta Falcons and the Saints, and that was an away game in Atlanta starting out the season. 2024, it won't let me see 2024 for some reason, but I know that that was a division opponent starting out
Yeah, it was the
last
Saints.
year. Yeah, it was the Saints, and that was in New Orleans. Like, why are we facing division opponents starting out the season? That's what I don't like.
Well, this year we got the Jaguars.
Well, yeah, the only thing I will say is the last two the last 2 times we started the season on the road against the Jaguars or just against the Jaguars, we went to the Super Bowl.
Mm, yep.
Yep. Jacksonville is our season opener, and we are playing their field.
All right,
Yep.
before I get into Jacksonville, let me read my chat. We got David Screw saying, uh, I can be proud to say I quit drinking and smoking. Tomorrow is my 10th day. No smoking. Keep pounding. My man is battling,
That's good.
and he is winning right now. He is keeping keep pounding, man. He's keeping the pounding through that battle right there. So give him a like and and some love and chat, man. Appreciate you. Uh, gonna start
Um,
working out, getting in shape. There you go. There you go, my man. Can't wait till the season. Let's go. I think my
uh,
Panthers are taking the division crown this year. It's time. I agree.
there it is.
It's been beyond time.
There it is. Um, Damien says, "Oh, this is interesting. Mike Tomlin should have been fired a long time ago. In my opinion, he's overrated.
Ooh.
Yeah, he has a season streak, but that winning streak hasn't done anything for the Steelers other than one Super Bowl with him as head coach. I mean, that. I mean, to to, to a point,
Ouch.
that's. I mean, that's a little fair, but at the same time, you have to keep in mind that
Yeah.
you don't get into the playoffs without having a winning season, and he's had 18 straight.
Yeah.
Ooh.
he's
18 straight is
he's
Hmm.
had
nothing to sneeze at.
he's had 18 straight. Now,
Yeah.
yeah, one could say, well, Marvin Lewis kind of went through the same thing as head coach
Yeah.
of the Bengals. That's fair, but
Mhm.
I mean, I'll say again, Damien, how many head coaches just that you can name off the top of your head that doesn't even have one Super Bowl? Period.
And
Tomlin at least has one, bro. I'm just saying.
and he didn't even get in through the Rooney Rule neither.
Yeah.
He earned his spot. That was before the Rooney Rule became a thing.
Cause think about it, Damien. Would you honestly feel the exact same way if the Bears made it to the playoffs 18 straight seasons or had 18
Right.
straight winning seasons? Just
Right.
something to think about. Just something to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh wee. Ah,
All right.
damn, they're getting clowned already. Hmm.
Who is? Who is?
Tennessee and Cleveland.
Yeah.
Says Football Forever posted Cam Ward and Shador Sanders don't have any primetime games this season. The
Oof.
Saints are the
Ouch.
third team that did not have a primetime game. No
Oof.
love for the rookies in Tennessee or Cleveland or New Orleans.
The thing
Oof.
is, man, it ain't about the rookies, man. It's about did your team earn those prime time spots? We went through that same thing too. We had terrible coaching, we had terrible management. Did we earn those prime time spots, gentlemen? No, we did
Nope.
not. Be honest.
Nope.
Be honest, chat. Be honest, people watching the VOD
We
later on.
we
We
d-
didn't earn them.
Did we
I feel
earn it?
like we
No.
didn't earn them the beginning of the year, but I felt like we did a big push at the end of the year, so we may have
Yeah.
earned at least one spot. But I
This
mean,
year we
we're
may
still a
have.
work in progress. It's only going to
I,
get better
I
in
ain't talking
time.
about last year. I ain't talking about last year. I'm talking about the years when we had Frank,
Oh
Frank
yeah,
the
no, we
magician,
did. We definitely
and
didn't. No.
and Frank the magician, and his cohort, from the circus, Matt Rule. You know, did we earn any of those primetime games? No, we did not.
only
Be
thing
honest, Luke. We did not.
only thing I can say, Damien, that's easy to say when your team isn't consistently in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that.
and the Titans have been consistently awful too.
I mean, you have a better chance of winning a championship making the playoffs, not making the versus not making the playoffs. I'm just saying, bro. Um,
Like, my whole thing is like Tennessee. You're dumb enough to get rid of Derrick Henry, who just got extended by the Ravens, by the way.
yep.
You're dumb enough to get rid of all of your good key pieces. And, like, I don't understand what Tennessee's trying to do. I don't think they even understand what they're trying to do. Like,
Whoa,
they go
this is
back and they get
ridiculous.
Cam Ward and a couple of pieces, but I don't know. It's a circus over there in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David. What you got?
So NFL on Fox just posted on Facebook talking about how many primetime games that each teams have got this year.
Oh fuck! Here we
Kansas
go.
City, Kansas City has 7 primetime games.
What?
Dallas has 6.
Oh my god!
Dallas has
America's
Atlanta,
favorite.
6.
Dallas has 6 primetime games this year.
America's favorite.
Then you have Atlanta, Buffalo, Detroit, the Chargers, the Dolphins, the Eagles, the 49ers, and the Commanders all have 5 primetime games.
Mm.
The Ravens,
Mm.
the Bengals, the Broncos, the Packers, the Texans, the Rams, the Vikings, the the Steelers, the Seahawks, and the Bucks all have 4 primetime games.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
Oh, and Damien, the Steelers weren't a one and done team for 18 years straight. Check back at the schedules. They were not one and done 18 years
Definitely not.
straight. That's not true, bro.
Right.
Go back and look at those schedules. That's not true, Damien. Um
All right. So my thoughts on
Hmm.
Jacksonville.
Trevor
Uh,
versus Bryce.
yeah. I'll say this: Trevor is a very, very versatile quarterback. He has gotten a lot of negative press in the last 5 years, but he is a lot better than people are saying he is. And it's going to be a matter of time
Ooh.
until they find out.
Uh-oh.
All right. So Jordan Schultz just shared on his report saying that Travis Hunter will make his NFL debut against us week 1.
Bring it.
Bring it. That's my reaction too, Blitz.
It's
Bring it.
also a matchup of the last 2 Buccaneers offensive coordinators, Dave Canales and Liam Colam.
Hmm.
Hey,
Oh.
I want to see what he does. Shoot. Bring it. Come
I mean,
on.
my whole thing is like, there's no reason to change out the offense coordinator if it's working. You know what I mean?
Right,
I don't
right.
know what the percentage of the play calls are. There's no need to change that. So if it's working against that Jacksonville defense, and they did bolster it during this draft and free
Hmm.
agency, I'm a little bit skeptical about what we can get away with against that defense. But Trevor is going to be your basic RPO mobile quarterback right now.
Hmm.
Um, he's going to be a Russell Wilson type. So if you've ever had to try to guard Russell Wilson, that's what Trevor is. Uh, until he starts playing better and he starts ascending, because we know he has more talent than what he's showing right now. Maybe he's not getting protected well enough. Maybe his weapons aren't good enough because he did lose a lot of weapons last year. Um, including Agnew, who I've had my eyes on, and free agency. Is this dude still a free agent or what? I think he is.
I believe so. Um. Oh,
How have we not given him a call yet?
does now does Travis Hunter play both sides or just one side?
That's the magical question. Uh, once we find that out, and we can say definitively, okay, Jacksonville is only putting him at wide receiver. Okay, then we're going to guard him at wide receiver. If you're going to put him at both positions, then we have to plan for him at both positions. That's
Hmm.
the way that works. Um, but my question is, will he stay at those positions?
Right.
One of those positions is going to drop. One of them is not. Which one is it going to be? You got to pick one, bro. The NFL will not let you do two. You just don't have that type of capability. You're not Deion Sanders, okay? Yeah, I, I I respect his tenacity, but you're not Deion Sanders. You got to stop this mentality because it's going to kill your rookie year. It's going to kill your rookie contract. You're going to get pissed off because you couldn't play both positions. Jacksonville's going to let you go, and you're going to wonder why.
Oof.
Nah, man, come on.
That's bold.
a
Bold.
lot of people. So a bunch of people
Yeah,
are already saying that
and nobody's going to want to.
Carolina's going Carolina's
Nobody's
going to
going to
take
want to
the
pick him up.
division.
That Carolina's gonna what?
Take the division this year.
Yeah,
They're
Oof.
predicting they're predicting the Saints to be a 3-14 season.
So
yep,
so so does that
yep.
mean we're gonna sweep the
We'll get
Bucks?
there.
Does that mean we're gonna sweep the Bucks?
Hey, it's possible.
Shoo,
We'll get there.
we need to sweep the Bucks. I'm tired of losing to those jerks.
Yeah, we'll get there, man. We'll get there. I got news to share on the Saints. I know y'all know what that news is, but I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it on the download till we get there. All right.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm thinking that is a possible win against Jacksonville in their stadium. We
Yeah,
got everybody healthy. Jags are struggling.
this is a good opportunity for Bryce to finally get an opening season win. And
Mm-hmm.
why not Jacksonville?
Mm-hmm. And here's another matchup too. We got the battle of the two brothers at running back, Travis and Trevor
Oh
Etienne.
yeah, there's a chance
Yep.
that Trevor gets some action, some handoffs.
Yeah.
He might see a few, but
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be late quarters, probably last 2 minutes when we're trying to burn clock.
Oh, Chupa will definitely get the load, but I could see Well, then again, we got Rico Dowdle.
It could be Rico.
Yeah, that's a good
It
point.
just depends on what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
But eventually, man, I love seeing Trevor Etienne in a Panther uniform. This dude is going to flourish in a Panther uniform.
Yeah, I've seen
And
nothing but good things on him. I
if he's
haven't seen
any
any
his
bad
brother,
stats on
man,
him at all.
Right.
if he's anything like his brother, he's going to be an animal because Trevor
Animal's
Etienne
an
is a
understatement.
Yeah.
Trevor Etienne is a freak of nature, dude, at running back. And I love that dude, man. And we got his brother, man. That's exciting, man. That's what's up. We picked the right
Indeed.
running back. I'm pleased with it.
But
All right, off key for a second, guys. Did y'all hear about this the agreement between Baltimore and Derrick Henry?
Yeah, yeah. I
uh
was just talking about that. It got
what's up?
extended.
2 year
Two
extension,
Give me
year
the
right?
details,
two,
though.
2 year deal, 30 million extension, 25 fully guaranteed.
Woo!
Oh my God.
The
Oof.
largest deal in NFL history for a running back over 30 years old.
Oof. Oof.
See, the more success that Derrick Henry has in Baltimore, the more Tennessee looks stupid.
That
Yeah.
You
part.
know?
Yeah.
Y'all had every chance to succeed with this dude. Put pieces around him, do something about it, and you let him go.
Yeah. Damien says, oh, and Derrick Henry is getting old, doesn't have much time to get a Super Bowl ring. He's in win now situation. That's fair.
Baltimore's a good place.
That is a good point.
That is fair, but
Mm-hmm.
this is a dude that had 3 straight 1,000-yard rushing seasons from 2022 to now.
Mm-hmm.
So that dude
Mm-hmm.
ain't showing any signs of slowing down. I'm just saying.
No, right.
I'm just saying. Not yet, but I'm just saying. I'm,
It'll at least be another 5 years,
I mean,
at least.
he almost had 2,000 yards rushing. You do remember that, right, Damien?
Mm-hmm.
That dude almost had 2,000 yards rushing for the second time in his career. Just saying.
Jeez.
I'll say Derrick Henry's done when he's retired. How about that?
Yeah, facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
yeah, yeah.
yeah. Not somebody that I would bet against. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Right.
When you're coming off a season rushing almost 2,000 yards and was in the playoffs, I'm not quite yet to give up on Derrick Henry. Not just yet. Not just
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yet. But
Baltimore certainly sees something there.
yeah, no kidding. So we all thinking win in Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. Mm-hmm.
Jacksonville is a W for me.
I
W from
agree.
me.
We did a good opening season win to start the momentum. I like it.
Uh,
Second game is against the Arizona Cardinals on the 14th.
oh, two opening away games. Ugh. Oof.
But 2 wins. 2 wins. I
Well,
ain't worried about Kyler Murray.
I mean we
Are you
lost.
worried about Kyler Murray?
I mean we lost to them the last time we played, didn't we? Or wait, no, no, we beat them last time we played them.
Exactly. Plus, we have more weaponry this time.
Yep.
And Arizona stays stagnant.
Yeah, that's right. We beat them in overtime. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't have even been overtime either.
True. But it was impressive seeing us put up 36 points
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
because Bryce did his thing and Chuba did his thing.
Right. That's 2 wins right out of the gate, man. 2 wins.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful
Oh yeah, that's right. That was the game
man.
Chuba had the walk-in touchdown. That's right. To uh win in overtime. That's right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That was electric, man.
Dude started strutting as he was going into
Oh
the
my
end zone.
god, yeah.
I was
I
like, dang.
loved every part of that.
I was like, okay, Chuba, okay.
I loved every part of that.
So, Arizona.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, they picked up Jacoby Brissett for backup.
Yep.
I mean, well,
Get
co-
caught up in here.
I mean they got a combination of Marvin Harrison Jr. and Zay Jones. I mean, oh, they got a very young squad, so
Right. Young doesn't always equal successful. You have to be able to coach these guys well. You have to get the right players that are young. You have to work on mechanics, footwork, all of that.
right.
And
Ooh, they got Josh Sweat. Still got Calais Campbell, although Calais Campbell is getting old.
yeah, Campbell was impressive to me.
And then SMB still on the squad. Sean Murphy Bunting.
I was never that much of a fan of Bunting, to be honest.
Oh snap! There's a familiar face. Jamie Robinson.
The thing is, we know his weakness.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, oh, and they still got Buda Baker.
Buda Baker's good.
I mean, I don't think it's a walk in the park, but I mean, well, I
What did we
don't
do against them last year?
beat them in overtime 36-30.
Let me see something. Because, yeah. Uh,
I mean, Kyler Murphy and the Cardinals have beaten us before. It's just been a good while since that's happened.
Yeah.
mhm.
So I mean, and actually, did we beat Arizona at home last year? Let me see. Yeah, we beat them at home last year. Okay, well,
Dang, NFL.com changed up their website a little bit.
oh, in a good way or a bad way?
Um, it's all right.
Gotcha.
I want to see something about that 2024 game we had against them, right?
Yeah.
Why is it not letting me see it? It's not letting me see 2024.
Oh, I look at it from the ESPN website.
Yeah, they didn't let me see it on that site. Let me try ESPN. Let me see. Because I want to see.
Also, Arizona went heavy on defense in the draft this year. They only drafted one offensive player, which was offensive guard, but they went very defense heavy this year.
Yeah. Uh, I'm looking to see stats of this game. Hold up. So I wanted to see who was the biggest problem during that game for us, so that we're aware of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I want stats of that specific game. What are you doing, ESPN? Come on. No, I don't like that.
So, I mean, Kyler Murray was 20 of 32, 202 yards, a touchdown, and a pick, but James Conner ran all over us. Connor had 15 carries, 117 yards, and a touchdown.
It is not letting me see the stats on that.
Although Chuba destroyed them in the run
It's
game.
not letting me do it.
Chuba had 25 carries, 152 yards, and two touchdowns. Um,
Technology is not letting me do what I want to do today. I don't like it. Stats, come on. Show me the specific game, man. I don't want that.
oh, so you go. I usually go to schedule and then switch it to 2024 because you're still on 2025. That's why you're not seeing it.
No, I went on 2024, and then like it. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see.
And then you click on the score of that.
Yeah, on the
Uh,
score. Got
yeah,
it.
there you go.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bam.
Like riding a bike. Let's see. Let's see. If you think about it, Kyler Murray wasn't even that big of a problem because he had like 202 yards in that game
Yeah.
against us.
Um, I think
And
the
like,
the main problem was Connor.
yeah, he led the receiving and the rushing.
Yeah.
He had 4 catches for 49. He had 15 carries for 117 and a touchdown. So
Yeah.
yeah, he was the major problem on offense. Defensively, you had Jalen Thompson, who had 10 tackles, 1 pass deflections, 7 of those solo, and he was a major. It was Kazir White.
Mm-hmm.
So, and people don't know that much about Kazir White. He had 8 tackles, 1 sack, 1 tackle for a loss, and 2 quarterback hits. So, and let's not forget Naquan Jones too. You
Uh-huh.
know, who had a sack of his own and a tackle for a loss. So, and the reason I say I'm not worried about Bunting is because, yes, he can tackle 4 for 5, but he only had one tackle for a loss. That was it.
Mm.
Beyond that, he didn't really do much. So, when you really start to look at this list, like, go down the list of Arizona receiving: 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. No touchdowns for the top 6 wide receivers on that list.
Dang.
The only one who got a touchdown was DJ Dallas.
Tight end,
That's
right?
it. Yeah, DJ Dallas. He wasn't even a wide receiver. He was a tight end. And Elijah Higgins, who
Gotcha.
literally came off the bench, you know, with one target and missed that target. That's how far down you have to go. So yeah, rushing was the problem because we didn't have a rushing defense. So
Mm-hmm.
there's 2 touchdowns off of that last year. Kyler Murray and James Conner. So
Gotcha.
to me, James Conner, Kyler Murray, and probably Kazir White would be your biggest problem. Although that could switch at any given time between 4 or 5 different players on that defense. Yeah, as far as who's could be the problem that day.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we do have injuries starting to factor in after the first 2 games. Once we hit Arizona, you see what I mean? Like that's
Yeah, big difference. Yeah.
yeah. After week 1, you have injuries setting in. Week 2, injuries set in even more, and then we face the Falcons at home. That's when injuries are going to play a factor, big time.
Mm. Yeah, that's fair.
And this is why I was kind of hoping the Falcons would be the second opponent instead of the third one. That way we have more of a roster to deal with them.
Yeah, that's a good
Um,
point.
Instead of coming in there banged up, and whoever does these schedule creation things does this every year. They'll put a division opponent right there, right at week 3 or 4, right
Mm.
when we're banged up, knowing full well that we're not coming in there with full
Mm-hmm.
cruise us momentum wise,
To
and
to
that's what I'm worried about.
to be honest, like, I mean, going hard for us to win this, but part of me feels like it could go either way. It's just going to be
Like
really, it's just going to depend on some things. Because, I mean,
with
Arizona,
Arizona.
yeah, because, I mean, they did finish 8-9 last season. So
Mm-hmm.
it it's a toss up. And that plus it's on the road. And, there was a time where we really had Arizona's number, but every once in a blue moon, they'll get the best of us for a game. So that might seem like a minor factor in this, but that's all I got. But I'm hoping it's going to be a win still. I really do. I think there's a good chance that'll still be a win.
That's huge
Oh
momentum if
man.
we go into 2-0.
Oh man, that's messed up.
What's
What
up?
what's up?
So another shot fired at Shador.
Oh,
Somebody posted a meme. Somebody posted a meme and said they picked a new pope faster than it took Shador to get drafted.
Dang, that's messed up, man.
on, bro. God.
Shoot, if Chris Rock was here, he'd be like, "That's just mean."
Wow.
Oh man,
That was savage right there.
dang.
That was straight up savage.
All right, now see, Now I hope folks don't mess around and then he have a breakout season and shut all of us up.
Right,
I'm
right.
I'm just saying. I mean, some
God,
but you never know. But yeah, that's wow, that's messed up. Oh
that's
man.
hilarious.
But David, how you feeling about this Arizona matchup?
I feel like we could take it.
Feel like we could take it?
I
Yeah.
feel like we could definitely take it. I mean, yeah, we've had our runs and we've had our run-ins with them in the past, but we're
Mm,
both teams are not the same teams that played in the past.
Right.
So
mm,
Right.
I feel like we have a better chance now than what we did.
mm-hmm.
Um, so it could still go either way, but I'm pulling for us on that one.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to overtime this time.
Nah.
No, I
Not with the
think
weaponry we just
it'll
called
finish
in.
in regular time.
Yeah.
That D line's got to stop Connor. That's number one.
Yep.
So we're gonna find out real quick. Going into week 2, do we have a D line or do we not?
Yes.
We that point,
See how that run defense looks.
and we're gonna get tested by Trevor Etienne too, in the Jags game
Oh
to
yeah,
start out.
for sure. But
Because um, so we got the Falcons in week 3.
all right, first home game of the season, week 3, the Dirty Birds.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm
All
saying we
right.
taking it. I'm gonna go ahead and say we taking that. We're definitely taking that.
Yep, I'm gonna agree with that.
Well,
And the thing is, we're going in there 2-0 right out of the gate. We got our weaponry, but yes, we do have injuries coming in. So injuries start to really play that major factor right there. But we got the hometown crowd factoring in. Um, you got Penix who actually looked pretty decent in the second half of the year. I think they found their quarterback.
yeah,
Honestly, I think so.
yeah, we had quite a showdown with them as well. Even though we beat them, we had quite a showdown with them.
They have some weaponry.
I
There's
just
no question about that.
I just hope
They
Bryce Young doesn't have any Jesse Bates flashbacks.
Let me take a look at who Atlanta actually drafted.
They got Jalen Walker, James Pierce Jr. They went defense heavy for the most part. They did draft Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, but they went pretty defense heavy. So, I mean,
Come on. There we go.
um, they only drafted one, two, three, four, five. They only had 5 draft picks. Wow,
Yeah,
Come
they
on.
didn't have that
Oh
much.
boy.
that's that's really interesting. Only 5 draft picks. Dang. But then again, didn't they trade quite a bit, David?
Um, I think they were one of the teams that did a bunch of trades, but I'm not exactly sure how many they actually did. They were
My
up
stream
there.
just
They were
died.
up there making quite a few different moves, though.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dang.
Hold up, y'all. My stream just died. Anybody that's in chat right now, if for some reason it's working for y'all,
Oh, yeah, I see you as offline right now.
my Wi-Fi is lagging so bad right now. Oh
Ah,
my god. Charter, come on, man.
oof.
Come on. There we go. Hey guys, welcome back. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget scheduling for the league. Welcome on in. Hit that sub button, hit that bell. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Schedule release part 2 stream. We're back live.
Yep, I see you.
I'm here with Blitz. I'm here with David. Let's get back.
Hey, hey. Uh-oh. Did I?
So bad.
I think we lost David as well. So, hopefully
All
David
right.
will get back in.
We got. Oof. Yeah, his. Yeah, he was lagging a little too. Might have been just his signal though.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because he was roboting earlier.
Ah, but but yeah.
Xavier Watts, Billy Bowman Jr.
Oh yeah, that's right. They did get Xavier Watts. That's right. Uh-oh. Don't tell me I lost him again. Oh no. Yeah, I think I might have lost him again. Ah, but looking at this Atlanta matchup, um,
I'm so mad at Atlanta right now. Do y'all have like some scouts in my chat or what the heck is going on? Do y'all are y'all watching my VODs? Because every single one of these draft picks.
uh-oh, he cut out again. But yeah, we're having some technical
I cut out.
difficulties.
Am I
Yeah,
good?
yeah, you cut out for a
I'm
moment.
good. Am I
You're
good?
you should be good now. Oh, now he cut out again. But yeah, do bear with us, y'all. Corey's having some technical difficulties on his end. But but yeah, you cut out again. Uh-oh.
Oh my God, Charter, come on, man.
Okay, you're back. Alrighty.
Charter be. Oh my God. Am I good?
Yeah, I think you're good now.
All right, you can hear me.
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Let me try this one more time because Charter, for some reason, does not want me saying this statement to y'all.
All right, what you got?
Every single one of those draft picks that the Falcons made were on my board throughout the entire month of
Oh,
April.
oh yeah. Right, right.
Every single one of them. You trying to tell me that the Falcons didn't have some scouts in my freaking VODs?
It's
Come
very
on, bro.
it's very possible.
See, Charter didn't want me saying that statement right there. They didn't want me saying it. That's why my Wi-Fi keeps cutting out.
They wanted you they want you to they wanted you to bite your tongue.
They don't want y'all to know that.
Shoot.
That's hilarious right there. I love that.
It's like, no, you better bite your tongue.
Oh, I'm gonna let y'all know, man. I'm gonna let y'all know. People are gonna know. There's no doubt. People are gonna know.
But oh man,
That's
good
some
old
craziness right there.
good old Dirty Birds, who surprisingly finished second last season in the NFC South.
Oh my god. And surprisingly, that win over the Dirty Birds didn't kill us. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right. I mean, first division game of the season. I mean, it's an important one. So, got to really be on our A game.
Yeah, I was thinking, is this going to be another Panay Sewell situation? You know what I mean? Like, is this going to cost us in the long run? You know, when we're trying to get a draft pick, such as DeLon Walker up there.
Right.
Lo and behold, the Falcons get DeLon Walker.
Yep.
The freaking Falcons, dude. Like, are you serious?
And I'm
What?
sure he may get inserted into that starting lineup.
That's going to make it so much harder to run on them now.
Hmm.
Like, I'm not happy about that. But here's the thing. Guess who was also on that team? Trevor Trevor Etienne
Yeah.
on the opposite end of the ball. So if anybody knows this man, it's going to be Trevor Etienne. I want him
Yeah.
to get some snaps during that game.
Oh, during this Atlanta game? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I want to
Um.
see that happen.
Oh shoot,
Yeah.
they got your boy Jamal Agnew as well.
What?
Oh yeah, you
Man,
didn't.
come, come on, man.
Oh yeah, you didn't know about that? Yeah. Yeah.
Freaking seriously? We let the Falcons get him too?
Yeah. It's listed on the
Oh my
roster.
god, man.
Oof.
What are we doing?
Oh, and they picked up the fifth-year option on Drake London, by the way.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Agnew's going to be a great slot receiver for him, and he's going to be a problem.
Oh, they signed Agnew back in March. It's a 1 year, but yeah, they signed him back in March. Dang.
Y'all choked on this one, man. Y'all choked. He's better than Trevor, uh, uh, Hunter Renfro. He's better
You
as of right now.
Oh yeah.
As much as I love Hunter Renfro, he is better, and I'm not afraid to admit that as a Clemson fan.
Oh,
Taking all the bias out,
fair, fair.
I'm gonna I'm gonna give you the cold hard truth. Even as a Clemson fan, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I feel like a player is better than one of my guys, I'm gonna tell you. You know,
Hmm.
I've said it many times when we picked up Gamecocks players. I said these guys are better than XYZ Clemson player. You know, and it's been true every time. Agnew
Uh-huh.
is better than Hunter Renfro right now for two reasons. One, Hunter Renfro has not played football for an entire year. Two,
That's true.
Agnew is a veteran, and he has been solidly and criminally overlooked as an underneath wide receiver.
Hmm.
And I know Steve Smith would agree with that too, because he's been looking at some of these guys too over the years. This dude has been quietly getting his numbers, and for that contract, it was an obvious pickup for me because we needed that next level guy like
Hmm.
a Hunter Renfro that could do all those things. That has a great catch radius.
Hmm.
Yeah, he is a bit older, but he still has that great catch radius. Um, hold up, let me Agnew. Let me pull up his stats real quick for y'all
Hmm.
because he's most noted for his years in Jacksonville.
Right.
Um, because he was putting up 229 receiving yards for the Jaguars in 2021 and a touchdown.
Hmm.
2022, yeah, his yardage dipped to 187, but he put up 3 touchdowns.
Ah.
So he balanced that back out. Now in 2023, it balanced back out to 225 yards and 1 touchdown again. So I mean, the dude is silently put up consistent numbers when he went to Jacksonville.
Right. Right.
The Lions didn't realize what they had. From 17 to 20, they had no idea what they had. I knew exactly what this dude was capable of when I saw him start putting up those numbers in 2021. And I said, shoot, let me find out. You know?
Hmm.
So you look at his contracts. He signed a 1 year deal for $2.5 million with the Falcons.
Hmm.
We can afford that. We can afford that. How much
Yeah.
did we sign her Renfro for?
Um. You know what? Let's find out.
Because I guarantee you it was a lot more than that.
Hunter Renfro. Let's take a look. It was a 1 year, $1,220,000 contract.
Okay, cheaper. Cheaper. I'll give you all that. I'll give you all that one. I'll give you all that one.
Hmm.
But the only reason it isn't at 2.5 like it is with Agnew is because of the fact that um, Hunter Renfro didn't play for an entire year.
Right.
But the catch radius of Hunter Renfro is slightly better than Agnew. I will give you that.
I see. Hmm.
His footwork is better on the sidelines than Agnew.
Hmm.
But the route running and the catching traffic, Agnew wins that one.
Ah,
Hands
gotcha.
down, he wins that one. Because I've seen multiple times when Agnew was just able to catch those balls, and it was just crazy.
Hmm.
So, do I believe he is better than Hunter Renfro? Yes. Um, we could have afforded that extra little bit of money, man. We could have done it.
That's fair. That's fair.
For the quality of player that we're getting. Agnew fits the West Coast. He absolutely does.
Hmm.
Hunter Renfro does fit the West Coast, but he's more of an RPO. Because when Hunter Renfro was in Clemson, that was pretty much all that Clemson ran was
Hmm.
RPO. But I honestly, I would love to see some of these Clemson wide receivers in a West Coast offense
Hmm.
and just see how they roll. Because a lot of them can fit both. They can catch, they can run routes. They're really fast. They're athletic,
Right.
and they can catch in traffic and get yak.
Oh, the
So
good old yak. Yakety yak.
yak is the main thing that you look for, in the West Coast offense.
Right.
You want to get that ball to these wide receivers quickly and then let them do what they do. And Hunter Renfro is one of those types.
Yep.
He's a very, very aggressive and fast guy, and athletic too. But I think that they liked Hunter for his story too.
Yeah.
It, have you heard his story or?
Yeah. He had a health scare. Right. He had a really bad
Yeah,
health
for anyone
scare.
that doesn't know.
Yeah, it was like a really bad health scare.
So this is one of the First, Clemson.
Uh-oh, I think we lost you.
Come on, Charter. All right, there we go.
Yeah, there it goes.
Okay. Uh, so Hunter is one of those very first few classes to come out of Dabo Swinney's wide receiver university,
Mm-hmm.
in Clemson. Um, Credit to the wide receiver coach in Clemson because he's absolutely killing it.
Mm-hmm.
Teaching these guys footwork, hands, catching traffic, everything, and I
Right.
love what I'm seeing. Um, so how is that going to translate to a game that we're going to be playing? Um, there'll be a lot of situations where Hunter will have to come in, like a screen situation, and he is adaptable to that. If you put him into a short wheel route situation, he's adaptable. He can do that too. There's at least a half dozen things that this dude can do.
Right. Uh-oh, did I lose you again? Oh,
Yep. Shows him for that much adaptability.
right, right.
Um, so you'll see him in a few games.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So, so how are we feeling? Um, hopefully this potentially is a win.
The
'Cause-
Falcons got egg. I'm really unhappy with that. That's gonna be. And my stream died again.
oh no.
Well, Wi-Fi is total garbage. All right. For those on the stream right now, I'll be right back. Resetting again.
Yeah.
Refresh your stream on my end. Not on
Okay.
Bliss's, but mine.
Gotcha. But yeah, I'm really hoping that this should be a win, especially at home. Hopefully at
Hey
home.
guys, we're back. Um, we're having Wi-Fi issues, so this is part 3 of the stream of schedule release for 2025 for the Carolina Panthers. Hit that like button, hit that sub button. Appreciate y'all, man. Welcome on in. We're talking about the Atlanta Falcons. Um, so here is my thing.
Uh-huh.
Atlanta is a very, very tough and resilient opponent, and you have to come in there aggressive. You have to come in there angry and ready to play. Otherwise, you will lose.
Right.
Yeah. Shout out David Screws. He says technical difficulties. Correct.
Yep.
um, I think that with these new acquisitions that Atlanta got in the draft, they're going to be a problem.
Yes.
And the Saints are going to drop off the map. Um, so it's going to be us, the Falcons, and the Buccaneers. and the Buccaneers did add some pieces as well. So, if I was to put bets on who was going to be the main problem for us getting the division crown, oh man, between Atlanta and Tampa Bay,
I'm
that's a
leaning
tough one.
I'm leaning more towards Tampa Bay just because I mean we haven't beaten them in 3 years.
I'm going to say Atlanta, and
Re-
the main thing being is because they just added enough pieces that they're going to be a major problem.
Yeah, and it is going to be pretty weird, especially when once we get to them, Tampa Bay and just how that's going to work out.
Yeah, they found their quarterback, I think, in Penix, and they've got weaponry now. Not enough weaponry, so it's going to take an extra year to build up the rest of what they need. Maybe 2 years to fully build up an Atlanta team that could be a problem.
Hmm.
But see, guess who the owner still is? Arthur Blank.
Yeah, Arthur Blank. Hmm.
And as long as Arthur Blank is that owner in Atlanta, they're not. It's not going to happen. They're not going on a playoff run again.
Right.
I don't know who they got as a GM during 2016, but it worked because that GM actually knew what he was doing.
Mm.
You know, you know what they did that they didn't do the previous years?
What's that?
Take a wild guess, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Offensive line building.
O line. Yeah, that is a good point.
They never did that before, and they never did it again. Guess what they missed out on again? For yet another draft. If you look at Atlanta's draft picks, let's look at them. Hold up.
Only five.
That's a linebacker, a defensive end, a safety, another safety, and Jack Nelson, who is basically considered a backup.
Right.
Is that enough to boost their offensive line? Can you
Mm.
put Jack Nelson in there immediately and expect him to become like a Pro Bowl offensive tackle starter for Atlanta? I'm sorry, but no. No. No, 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 no. You need to do more than that if you're going to boost that offensive line in Atlanta. It's not enough.
Mm.
And if you go back and you look at the offensive line for 2016, these guys were monsters. I'm talking about 300-pound monsters on that line.
Yeah, that's fair.
Matt Ryan was getting kicked around, run into the ground. He couldn't do anything back then until you built that offensive line. Guess what happened? Look at that offensive explosion in numbers that happened
Right.
versus the really good Pro Bowl numbers that he was already putting up. Yet people trash Matt Ryan all the time. They say, "Oh, he's trash, he's trash, he's trash." Bro, no, he's not. You wouldn't be saying that if he had a ring. And he was this close to getting a ring.
Yeah, that much is true.
Same thing with Cam Newton. Everybody trashes him. Well, Cam Newton this, Cam Newton that. You know, y'all wouldn't be saying that if he had a ring.
Yeah,
And I'm just saying he was that close to getting it too. Because we had a mammoth roster in 2015. I
that is
mean, top to bottom, mammoth.
that is true. For reals.
I don't think we'll ever have a roster that good again. But we can come close, and we're getting there. Year by year, we're getting there.
Hmm.
But Jack Nelson is not enough, Atlanta. You need more. That's your emergency choice, as a backup offensive tackle. I had him as a backup for Icky back there, you know, just to help him out. He's a good choice, but he's not enough.
Super Trebo, welcome to the stream. He says, "Sup guys? Don't look now, Jason, but remember the last two. Yep, I'm aware. The last two times Panthers opened up against the Jags in '03 and 2015, both times Super Bowl. And Super Bowl is going to be in Santa Clara again this year. Yeah. I'm,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
we'll get to that game.
I
We'll get
mean,
to that.
I mean, I'm hoping perhaps history repeats itself just with a different ending, as in us winning it. But I mean, you never
Yeah.
know. You never know. That's all I can say.
David Screw says we got 18 million in cap space. We might sign a couple more free agents. Just checked in over the cap. That is correct. I'm looking at Asante Samuel Jr. and I'm looking at Stephon Gilmore. One of the two is going to become a Carolina Panther again,
Yeah, they got some room.
or now will become a Carolina Panther.
Yeah, they got some room to do some stuff.
I'd like to see us shore up that corner room. It would be fine if we don't show up the defensive end and we just sit there with a B plus defensive end crew. You know, they're rookies. You know, that'd be fine with me for one more year. You know, that's normal in the process. You're gonna have that one position, you know, that you don't finish building, you know, until year three. You know, but you've got everything else sealed up.
Right.
Um, but guess who Jack Nelson's going to be facing up against when we play him in week 4? Our new rookies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna tell you this right now: Jack Nelson ain't gonna be enough for you, Atlanta. That man's about to get run over. We're gonna get some tackles for loss. We're gonna get some hits, man, in the backfield. Penix will be running for his life
Yeah, we
on that
gotta.
side of the field.
Yeah, we gotta rack them up. Definitely gotta rack them up.
Like
So,
you failed to get a starter. I
so,
almost go ahead. Go ahead.
so you're thinking win overall with this one?
Is this one in? Where is this one? This
This
one's in.
this is at home. This is our first home game.
Okay, okay, okay. This is a big one, and I need people to show up for this game.
Same.
I need people to show up for this. I need y'all to crank up, buy the tickets, show up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna see what I can do too. That's a 1 o'clock game, so that's gonna be tough for me to show up, but I'm definitely covering it. 100% covering it.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, I need people to show up. Wear your black and blue because we need this win right here.
Yeah.
We need this win. This is a humongous momentum builder in week 3.
Yeah.
We get this one, we can roll into week 4 3-0.
Yeah. That could be
And that's
really,
going to
really
get some
big.
major attention
Yeah.
throughout the week and send an immediate message. Yes, we are back.
So win? Win.
9/21, folks. 9/21. September 21st. Show up. 1 o'clock in Charlotte. Be there.
Be there. Week 4. Oh man. Uh it's on the road against a team we haven't played in a number of years, the New England Patriots.
Man, I hate playing in Gillette Stadium. I hate it. God, I hate it. I
Now,
hate that stadium so much, man. Nothing
now,
good ever happens there.
now they are in serious rebuild mode,
Yep.
but
This is
they
gonna be a win.
they got some folks now. So I'm guessing Drake May is their guy. I mean, they're really gonna come out swinging with Drake May, unless they're really serious about starting Josh Dobbs, which I don't see it.
Drake will start. Yeah.
But you gotta look at that receiving core. I mean, Stephon Diggs and Mac Hollins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
It's solid again.
yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Um,
That's going to test our corners.
Austin Hooper and Henry at the tight end. Ooh. Okay, so
Mhm.
so they got some weapons on offense.
That's going
Uh,
to really test us in our linebacking core and our corners.
right.
So y'all better be ready for that.
Um, defense. Well, I don't really see anybody that stands out on defense. Jabril Peppers at safety. That's about it. I mean, this was a team that was 4-13 last season, so I mean,
I feel like we can push them um, on our offense versus their defense, and we'll win.
Andy Zyke, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Oh, he says go Birds. Oh, are you wait.
Hey, that's Andy. That's Andy. Get in Discord, man.
Oh yeah.
Get in
Oh, the
Discord.
the the Seahawks fan. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The Discord's open. Yeah, get in here. Come
Yeah, if you
on.
want to talk, man, we'll discuss your schedule too with the Seahawks if you want. Who y'all picked up in free agency and everything else. We'll talk Seahawks ball. I don't mind.
So, I mean, I'm not too concerned about their defense on paper. Their offense, I mean,
Me
they did
neither.
they did pick up some weapons on offense, so that's really the only thing that stands out to me.
They they did pick up weapons, but it wasn't enough. Nowhere near enough.
Yeah,
It
I
was
mean,
like year one weapons. You know what I mean? In a building process.
hmm
Which I
yeah.
mean, we follow that same blueprint. You know what I mean? So they'll come back eventually. It'll be about three maybe 4 years fully rebuilt.
Oh, Andy's a Eagles fan. He said Eagles. He's an Eagles fan.
Oh, you're an Eagles fan. Okay, okay.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, coming off a Super Bowl. Um, to be honest, I mean, I think we'll still squeeze out a win. I'm just very curious to see how our defense does against their weapons and Drake May.
Right, right.
But
Um,
but yeah,
I like Drake May. I think he's good.
yeah, but yeah, Patriots are still in super rebuild mode. So
Man, think about that. We could go 4-0. 4-0 before we ever hit the Dolphins, man. That's crazy.
yeah,
Or at least 3-1. I'm thinking 3-1. Even if we drop the Falcons game, we're still 3-1.
yeah,
Because I don't see us dropping the Jacksonville game. I don't see us dropping the Arizona game. The Falcons will be the one that we drop.
you think is a chance that it's the Falcons? I see.
Yeah, yeah. Because we've dropped Falcons games before.
Yeah,
Even at home. So that's not unusual. But I think we got more weaponry this year, so I don't think it's going to turn into what it did last year.
fair enough.
Although it could. It very much could. They've been very, very competitive with us when it comes to free agency and the draft.
Right,
So it could turn into what you saw last year again. It's possible. But I mean, either way, you're still looking at 3-1 going into the Patriots game.
right.
You know, with the win over the Pats. I like my chances here. You know, going into the Dolphins in Week 5, I really like that.
Yeah,
Um,
that's fair.
we got a
Um,
lot of momentum. Yeah, injuries have set in, but I like what we're seeing.
so I guess that will usher us into, yeah, week 5 at home. against a team we haven't beaten in a while, the Miami Dolphins.
The problem with the Miami Dolphins is, in the last few years, is they cannot beat major opponents.
Yeah,
They can beat weak teams that are on their schedule, but they cannot beat major opponents that are equal to them or better than them.
they had a really weak start, but they had a surge at the middle near the end of the season, but it was too little too late.
Yeah. But
Well,
yeah, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with the Dolphins. Give me 1 second. I'll show you guys. Because when you're talking about what they did in previous years, let's look at 2023. That's my prime example. 2023.
hmm
So you had all these wins against all these major opponents, and then you faced Buffalo and you faced Philadelphia. You faced KC and you lost all three games. You faced Baltimore at the end of the year, and then you faced Buffalo at the end of the year and you lost again.
hmm
Look at all these cupcake games in between. You had the Chargers who were stagnant. New England was trash. Denver was trash. New York is trash. We were trash. Let's be honest. Week 6, we were garbage.
yeah,
You know, Tua was playing all of these games in 2023. By the way,
yeah,
New England again was trash in between cupcake game. Raiders had some fight in them, but they're still mediocre. Jets are trash. Washington was trash. Tennessee was trash. Somehow you managed to lose to Tennessee by 1 point.
yep, that they did.
Uh, you beat Dallas somehow. And I said, okay, if you could beat Dallas, let's see you beat Baltimore. Let's see you beat Buffalo. That'll convince me you're for real.
hmm
Didn't do it. And I said, Miami is not for real. Guess who they ended up playing a wild card? Kansas City. And they lost by a major score of 26-7. Expected score. Consider what we were doing with there.
Right.
Roll on into 2024. Jacksonville Cupcake game. Then you have Buffalo, lost to Buffalo, lost to Seattle, playoff team. You got stumbled over by Tennessee 31-12 last year. Dolphins, what? How do you lose to them twice in back-to-back years? That's horrible. All right. You beat New England barely and not even convincingly,
hmm
15-10.
Right.
Barely beat Jacksonville 20-17, earlier on. So I mean, you lost to Indy, who's a playoff team at that point, still trying to figure things out what they are. But AR was garbage. So yeah. You lost to AR. Come on, man. You lost to Arizona. You you somehow beat the Rams, who were surging at the time. You beat the Raiders, who were stagnant. New England, of course, here's your cruise-in win here, 34-15. That's what you're expecting that score to look like when you play New England,
hmm
if you're a decent team. And then you get stomped by Green Bay in Green Bay, expectedly. They got a wake-up call there. They barely beat the Jets in overtime. I mean, is this team for real or not? You know,
Well,
they don't know what they were last year. Houston, you lost to Houston. How do you lose to Houston? You beat San Fran, okay, cool. You beat Cleveland, okay, cool. Nobody's really even looking at those two games at that point. And then you lost to the Jets to finish that year out.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Houston did make it to the divisional playoff game.
Yeah, but you lost by 8 points. That's the point. You didn't even make it a competitive game. So
Uh,
if you're a legitimate team, Miami, that should be at least a 3 point game competitively. You got the talent. Why were you not making it a 3 point game? That's my problem with Miami is they've got the talent and they can't close the deal. You know, they
yeah,
get all these cupcake games. Okay, yeah, pad your schedule, pad your schedule, pad your schedule like college. And then when you face somebody like Buffalo or somebody with some real prowess, you're done. You're cooked. You know, I'm like, what?
yeah,
And this is 2 years of the same pattern. I don't see any reason why 2025 is going to be any different either with the same coaching staff. You know,
yeah. And they
I just 2025 you're going to pad yourself with a win over Indy and New England, face Buffalo and take an L there,
Al,
barely
well,
beat New York somehow, and then face us and lose again.
Al, welcome to the stream. What's up? Um, I don't
And this
know.
is with
Like,
Tua.
yeah, but
All of this was with Tua.
I don't know if like, I mean, you think this is a good chance this will be a win?
I think we've got enough weaponry that we can match them now.
Mm,
I can confidently say that. Do we have enough? And they're just on that bubble of becoming a playoff team, but they're just not there yet. You know, and that's where I feel like we're at. Even with our acquisitions, you know, we're just right there where we can get 9 wins, maybe
yeah.
10, and be in the conversation. But we're just not quite there yet to where we can make a playoff run. You know, and that's where the Dolphins are at. So,
So, so where I'm having a really tough time with this is, I mean, the last two meetings we've lost by double digit points.
mhm,
We haven't beaten Miami since 2017.
correct.
So
David
it's
Spears just pointed that out too.
so it's like I hmm, I'm having a hard time picking this one as a win. I'm struggling. I'm struggling. I
What
hope
makes you think we might lose that game?
I hope I'm just based on
Let's play devil's advocate here. What makes you think we're going to lose that game if we do?
we haven't put up a convincing fight against this team in the last two meetings. And when we did beat them, you know, I mean, it was so long ago, which, we destroyed them. Last time we beat them, we did destroy them. I will say that. That 2017 victory,
Mm-hmm.
we put up 42 points. So, there's that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we're easing back into that, I think, with the offense.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just really going to come down to, are we going to be at a point where we see that the defense is what we need to see for them to be a threat to stop
Mm-hmm.
Miami?
Mm-hmm.
It it might be
There's
a
a lot of question marks still
yeah, it might
in the
be a
mix.
little early, and I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, but I'm not. I can't sit here and say I'm 100% convinced and confident that we'll beat Miami. On paper, on paper. Now that could change like the week or 2 weeks before, just depending on how we
Right.
do. But
I would
just
agree with that too. Same on my end.
but just I'm struggling with this one. This
Yeah.
is one I'm struggling with.
This is one of those 50-50 type games, to where it will be going back and forth depending on how the season goes and what our injuries are for variables. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I do agree with you on that. I think it is too early to really push for a dub on that one on the radar.
And it's a bummer because those 2 years ago we went up 14-0 in the first quarter
Mm-hmm.
and then just got
Mm-hmm.
obliterated starting the second quarter, and it's just like my heart just sank. So
Yeah, it was the defense, and
yeah,
that's the one thing we did address this year is the defense. So
true.
I'm hoping it will be enough. But
Yeah.
it will depend on how those rookies do and what our new acquisitions do. Um,
Yeah. But I'm gonna say that.
Injuries too.
But I'm gonna say for now, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm marking this one as a loss.
That's fair. That's fair. Another thing about this game is it is at home too.
Yeah, which gives me a little bit of hope.
hmm I feel like if we do somehow get this win in week 5 with a 4-1 start going into the Dallas game in week 6, that's a big, big momentum shift for us.
Right.
And you know, like David said, the last time we beat him was 2017.
Right.
And what did we do in 2017? We actually made a push for the playoffs, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Wild card.
So, I mean, this is indicative of that right there.
Yeah.
We had enough weaponry at the time that we made that push. But the thing is, during that time, we were degrading.
Right.
We were losing players slowly but surely.
Right.
But now we're starting to gain them slowly but surely. You know,
Mhm.
so it's the opposite effect. So if we can reverse that polarity and send it in a positive way towards a winning situation, I feel like that would do big things for us.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's that's understandable. That's definitely
Yeah.
understandable.
Um, we would Tua is still every bit as dangerous as he always is.
Yeah.
If he's healthy and he's on the field, he's a problem.
Right.
Um, but he's lost a lot of weaponry. He still has some weaponry, but he's still lost some.
Right.
So I mean, the question is like, how much of that remaining weaponry is going to come back to bite us? In that game, if it's healthy, you know, it's going to come down to matchups. It's going to come down to injuries. It's going to come down to you know how how does our momentum look going into week 5?
Mhm.
And this is why I do like 4 different segments of check-ins, throughout the year,
Yeah.
with live streams and just say how are we doing? You know, are we on track? Are we behind schedule? Are we ahead of schedule? What are we
Mm.
doing? Momentum wise. Are we doing what we're supposed to be doing? Do we still need help here? Are we okay here? Where are we? So the first check in would be after week 4, you know, week 3 or 4, and say, okay, where are we? Because by that point you have set a set of patterns, you know, and it's either going to be healthy ones or unhealthy ones.
Right.
So everybody has set patterns, no matter whether you're a rookie, veteran, wherever you are on the spectrum. You
Right.
know,
Al says things could be worse. You could be stuck in Minnesota like me. Uh is that a bad thing? I mean,
Minnesota made the playoffs last year.
not only did Minnesota make the playoffs, Sam Darnold had the best season of his career, and Kevin O'Connell won coach of the year.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shoot.
That's
Min-
not a bad place to be right now.
Minnesota's doing some stuff. Al, what you talking about?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, why they didn't re-sign Sam Darnold, I don't know.
Yeah, like
My bigger question with Sam Darnold is why is this man still a free agent?
yeah.
I thought
Well,
he just did.
no, he's with Seattle now.
Oh, he's with Seattle. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's really weird how that went because, like I said, I'm
Yeah.
really shocked that Minnesota didn't keep him. I mean, I know they said that hit the playoff game he just fell apart, but I mean
Mm-hmm.
he had the best season of his career. Like he made a Pro Bowl. Like
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
like you know like that dude. Sam Darnold did the do. He did the do.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, folks, I'll say this. I know a lot of folks hated on Sam Darnold, but last year he did the do. Made a Pro Bowl, had the greatest season of his career,
Yeah.
and still not even 30 years old. Just saying. Just saying. Um so you're going win for over Miami. I'm going loss.
Temporary win right now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
really hope that changes. Oh, and then we got another.
Ooh, Dallas in week 6.
Week 6 at home
And
against the Dallas
man,
Cowboys, and I gotta remind the fans as much as folks talk badly down at Dallas, we haven't beaten them since 2015.
you are correct.
Not to mention we have we have
Man.
we have the running back on our team that destroyed us the last time we played Dallas.
Oh my God.
So
Yeah, credit to Dan and Dave for recognizing that this dude was on the free agent list and he destroyed us last year. And he said, you know what? I'd rather have that on the other end of the spectrum
yeah,
the next time we play these guys. You knew that the matchup was coming again with Dallas. So you said, you know what? Why don't we just pull him into Panthers black and blue this time
yeah.
and have him do that against Dallas? That could be the difference maker.
Now
Smart.
the really interesting things. Um, the really interesting thing is that we're gonna be seeing some familiar faces. Um,
Indeed, we are.
and oh, actually, yeah, Super Trebo's right. We actually did beat Dallas 2018. That's right.
That's
That's
correct.
right. We did beat
Mhm.
them in
Yep.
2018. Good call. Good call. Um, Still been a while, but nah, that is true. It was a very low scoring game, but that is true.
That game felt great.
Um,
Oh, we needed it.
let's see. Uh, okay. We're gonna see some familiar faces. I mean,
Hmm.
remember they got Miles Sanders,
Hmm.
they got Jonathan Mingo.
Mingo hasn't done anything. They'll figure it
um,
out
yeah,
after a year.
they'll totally figure it out. Uh, who else do they have? I know they got somebody else on there that's a familiar face. I thought.
Yeah,
I th-
I thought so too.
Oh, Troy Pride Jr.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah, I knew they had another familiar face on there.
He's a cowboy now?
Yeah, yeah, he's a
Oh
cowboy
my
now.
god.
Um, Refresh my memory, Mr. Gemini, because I can't pull yours up. What? Repeat what you said, because I can't pull yours up. Um, can we beat the Cowboys? Something we haven't done since 2018.
Here's my thing. People love to criticize Dak Prescott in the playoffs, but what does he do during the regular season?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
you
is.
missed that part, didn't you? How do you think the Cowboys keep getting to the playoffs?
Yeah,
That's why it keeps getting extension after extension after extension. Cowboys fans,
yeah. I mean,
like this is not a fluke anymore. He's trash in the playoffs. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah, and I suggested this to a Cowboys fan too, and I probably should not be saying this on stream because it gives the Cowboys an extra advantage. But why don't you just start your backup during the playoffs?
yeah,
Start your backup quarterback. It's not rocket science. You know what I mean? Like if Dak Prescott is not doing the job in the playoffs, why not just start the backup? You know that's what we did with Bryce Young, and it worked.
oh, yeah, Mr. Gemini. Yeah,
He
yeah,
got out. He got out of hand. You know.
yeah, Mr. Gemini. I did mention that. Yeah, about the Jaguars. Yes, I did. Hopefully, history repeats itself, but with us winning this time.
And there's no rule against this either, you know, in the NFL.
Right.
Even if he's injured, you know, and there's no clear reason, you know, to take the start out. Yes, there is. Dak Prescott's horrible in the playoffs. Just say it.
Yeah,
Everybody knows it. You're not hiding it anymore. Just say it.
yeah. I mean, heck, Tony Romo was the same way.
Yeah. Tony Romo is god awful in the playoffs.
So,
Just call it what it is.
yeah,
You got fresh backup. Put him in. There's your problem solved. Right there. You're
right.
welcome, Cowboys. I really should not be doing that because I can't stand the Cowboys, and oh my god, somewhere down the road I'm gonna regret saying that.
Uh-oh.
But my whole thing is like during the regular season, yes, Dak Prescott is a problem,
Yeah.
and our secondary is really gonna get tested. He's a very accurate quarterback, especially in traffic. So you're gonna have to really tight press these guys. Do not let him get these. You know, get some pass deflections in there, man. Um, whatever we have to spare in the corner and safety room, that's where we're really gonna get pushed. Um, I don't know that our linebacking core is prepared for a test like that with the 3-4.
Damien, what are you talking about? Would y'all trust Trey Lance, really? What are you talking about? Trey Lance is with the Chargers.
Yeah, Trey Lance is with the Chargers. He's not with them anymore.
Yeah, dude, he signed with the Chargers. He's not
Are we?
he's not with Dallas anymore.
Is that okay? He's talking about the backup quarterback conversation. Who do they have at backup quarterback?
Um, they have Joe Milton III and Will Greer.
Oh man, I know about Will Greer because we've had Will Greer.
Yeah, Joe Milton III, I believe was with the Patriots. Was
I believe so. Yeah.
draft pick of the Patriots last year.
Mm-hmm. Didn't pan out. Became a practice squad guy basically.
Yeah,
Got tossed. Um, if even that.
but
Uh, I'd trust Will Greer. Playoff situations, maybe.
yeah,
Nah.
yeah, Mr. Gemini, Will Greer is still in the league. He is.
Somehow. I would I'd drop both those quarterbacks if you could and just get some backup quarterbacks off the free agent list that are better. At least one of those guys.
Mm,
Keep Will Greer maybe as a practice squad guy, maybe. But I mean, you got to improve, Dallas. There's nothing there that says improvement to be in that quarterback room,
mm.
and that's what makes you keep losing in the playoffs. It is what it is.
But
Let's just
now,
call it what it is.
but now, uh, you know what?
But regular season, they're going to test our linebackers. They're going to test our corners. Um, which I don't know if our linebacking core is properly equipped for this. Being a 3-4, and lacking a coverage depth. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We have run stopping, but we don't have that much in coverage. Um, did we draft anybody that could handle that?
I mean, I,
Who was our linebacker draft pick or undrafted pick that we signed?
um, it was a bruiser. Last I remembered.
Yeah, yeah. We need a coverage guy back there. We got enough run stoppers. We need a coverage,
mm,
and it's got to be an outside linebacker. It can't be an inside. I need somebody that can move, that can cover side to side.
let's see. Um,
In case this corners get in trouble. You know what I mean?
I know the linebacker we let go was Kenny Dyson.
Nah, let him go.
Um,
He didn't have
oh,
enough talent
there was
to
there
make the
was
roster.
there was Tuasivi Nomura, that Fresno State linebacker that they've been saying.
Amara. Yes. Yes. Now I remember. Uh Let me look him up real quick. I like this dude. Namara, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Did they sign him a number yet?
I don't know.
Uh I don't see him on the roster yet.
Uh,
We pick
da-
transactions.
Damien says, I wouldn't say Dak is the main problem. Yeah, he's overrated, but to be fair, the Cowboys have
Yeah, he isn't.
far worse problems than the quarterback room. That O line sucks. They have no legit coach, and their front office is horrible. That might be the case.
Mm-hmm.
That might be the
Mm-hmm.
case, Damien. But you got to also keep in mind, for Carolina, we lost the last two meetings against Dallas. So yeah, they're a problem.
He's talking about Dallas.
Yeah, like
He's talking about Dallas specifically. Their offense sucks, and they don't know what they're doing coaching wise, which is correct. Even though you have Mike McCarthy is really looking lost out there because he's got all these talent, he's got all this ability to do something, and it's just you know there's just pieces missing in Dallas, and it's not Dak's fault.
right.
Although everybody loves to blame Dak for all the problems of Dallas, just because he's Dallas's quarterback and their leader, doesn't mean he has to take the smoke for everything. He's one man. Last I checked, it was a 53-man roster. You know, why are we not throwing smoke at the other players or the management who drafted or signed these players in
Yeah.
Dallas?
Right.
There's
Right.
your problem. You know, yeah, I love Dak Prescott during the regular season, but if I'm a Dallas fan, but once you hit playoff time, when does that suddenly become Dak's fault? You know, you don't surround him with everything he needs for a playoff push.
Mr. Gemini says that Fresno State linebacker is 220 pounds though. Yeah, that same linebacker also got 109 tackles last season with 68 of them solo. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, where is this dude? Send me his info. I want to look at this dude a little further because I like what I'm hearing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, for him to be that size and still racked at least 68 solo tackles, yeah, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
size
Mm-hmm.
right now doesn't bother me.
Let's see.
Yeah, I just messaged you.
Thank you. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, 6'1", 221 pounds. He's a little undersized,
He
but
is,
I mean,
but when you can
if you think about it,
produce,
I love that. I love that Troy Polamalu hair, by the way.
yeah,
But
I'm just
you know,
saying,
that's
I'm just saying, undersized like that and can rack up tackles like that. I mean, something's got to
mm,
give. I'm just saying.
mm, hmm. And eventually the pass deflections will rise up. You know, once he gets a little bit more time out there in coverage.
Hmm.
Um, he's not a sack guy. He's a coverage guy. He's a very, very aggressive hitter.
Yep.
And that's what's going to scare some of these people away from throwing the ball near him. And I love this. I want him to start pushing for uh, uh, an active spot on the 53.
Put it this way: small receivers can still make impact, and they're used to getting hit. They're receivers,
Mm-hmm.
so I mean,
Mm-hmm.
just something to think about.
I picture this because he's an outside linebacker, right?
Uh huh.
Picture him on the 53. You know, we put him in during a preseason game. You know, just like we did Effie Abada. You know, and we let this dude try to rack up some tackles. We let him have some fun. So he goes up against maybe the Browns, uh maybe the Steelers, and you get a few of these wide receivers that think it's cute to go across the middle and get a little bit of these short little gains for that move the sticks, right?
Yeah.
Here comes Nomura that says, no, 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 we're not allowing that. I'm gonna knock you off your teeth. So you're not gonna get these. I'm gonna make you earn these. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what we need in this backfield at linebacker.
Yeah.
I want that. And Trevin Wallace is coming back too, which reminds me of AJ Klein, so he can stretch the field. So he'll get you on the corners. Here's Namara up the middle, handle these slot receivers, and then you got um and battling against tight ends. Even with his size and frame, he's still battling against tight ends and winning.
Yeah. And see,
With those big hits.
and the thing is, Mr. Gemini, I mean, when you think about it, you could say the same thing about Bryce Young. After all, so many of the fan base was saying the same thing about Bryce Young with his size, and the dude is our starting quarterback. So,
I don't want to hear about size issues because look at Josh Norman. Look at Bradbury.
and and
You
and,
know,
and ultimately, my point is, it just goes back to when we were having the discussion about what
look at
college,
Steve Smith.
what yeah, and what college they came from. I mean, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
sure, some colleges are a lot more prestigious than others, but if you're coming out of college and you're racking up stats and you're really like playing like a star, you should at least get looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Mr.
100%.
Mr. Gemini, he's a quarterback. He doesn't have to tackle, but quarterbacks get hit, bro. They get hit.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, this was the same Bryce that got hit slash sacked over 60 plus times. I mean, yeah, it's two different actions, but like, I mean, you're talking about doesn't have to tackle. Bryce gets hit. He gets hit for his size, bro. Don't forget that.
Mm-hmm.
And he got
Mm-hmm.
hit a bunch 2 seasons
Mm-hmm.
ago. Yeah, you can hit hard. You can also get hit hard too. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, it's different positions, but it still doesn't change the fact that they have equal impact. Equal impact.
This is a big dude, man. The big dude. It's 221 pounds of pure muscle.
I'm
You're
just
not talking about just a 221-pound guy. You're talking about 221 pounds of, I'm going to hit you in your jaw. And I'm going to make your teeth rattle.
yeah,
That's the type of linebacker we're talking about. And it's going to make these quarterbacks think twice about throwing to these wide receivers over the middle,
right,
on these short routes.
right.
You put them out there for long enough, they're going to be like, okay, can we get some deep routes? They're going to try to test the corners at that point. Which, if our corners are healthy, they're going to win
Yeah,
straight up. That's why this third string corner move is so important. Locking that down.
right.
Um, because when we get into a preseason game like the Steelers game, we need to make sure that when we put Namara out there, he's got that help at corner. To where either way you're cooked if you're a quarterback. So now you're having to test it deep ball, and that's where Lathan is going to have the advantage because he's going to cook you on interceptions.
Yeah.
So you're in deep trouble. Where are you going to go with the ball? You can't run the ball
Here,
because here comes Trevor Wallace around the sides.
here's the thing, Mr. Gemini. Yes, I'm not disputing the fact that the dude is undersized, but why do you think he's getting a look? Why do you think he's getting an opportunity in the NFL, bro? Don't you got to look at his
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
production? Like so many
Size
people,
is not the end all be all, man.
like Mr. Gemini, my point is so many people want to look at size and just end the discussion there. What about his production, bro? His production.
Exactly.
Like, does his
Mm-hmm.
product is his production not worthy of at least a look, of at least an opportunity? Same thing with Bryce. What did so many people say? Too small, too small.
You know
But
what? I'm
but
gonna pull up that
but
video of him.
but the dude has gotten out there, has proven that he can throw, has proven that he can run. I mean, the dude has won a Heisman Trophy. I mean, Steve Smith, one of the players that we praise about for the longest time, the dude was a wide receiver at 5'9", 5'9", taking hits nonstop. But what happened? He ended up being the best wide receiver in the franchise. 5'9", 5'9". Like, I get it, but size is one factor, and there are other factors that can overlap that or that can compete with that. And the fact that this dude, despite being 220 pounds, racked up over 100 tackles in a season, that's got my attention. That's production. 68 of them solo. Like, how does that not stand out? It doesn't matter. You're saying anomalies, but dude, you're looking at one thing that's not even close to being the end all be all. Like, you're saying that about this guy. Why are you not saying the same thing about Steve Smith? Why are you not saying the same thing about Bryce Young, Russell Wilson? Like, dude, like you can't sit there and say that, but yet when it comes to Bryce, who's our starting quarterback, like apparently it hasn't been an issue to the point where the dude's off the team or cut or whatnot. I'm not saying that can't happen, but it's like, I look at these things and yeah, on paper it's like, yeah, dude is small. But then you look at other factors and it's like one after the other, it's like, wait a minute. This dude is not letting his size determine anything, especially I mean, he's a linebacker though. What about the quarterback position? Which is one of which if is not like the most important position in the whole team. Like, come on now. Like you say he's a linebacker. What about Bryce at quarterback? The most important position. Like, no, don't do that, bro. Don't do that. Because that's not reasonable. It's not reasonable to to feel that way about one position but not the other. Like, I don't think that's fair, Mr. Gemini. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. Especially this dude has a hit stick. This dude hits hard for his size. That's what the word has been. This dude hits hard for being 220. That's got to say something. Not to mention plus 68 solo tackles out of 109? Like, come on. Like, that's got me interested. I want to see what else this dude can do. Whether he makes the team or not, I want to see what else this dude could do. Because these are eye openers. They're eye
Mm-hmm.
openers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, size is one thing. Is he undersized? Yeah, there's no doubt. But you look at production.
Yep. Come on with it.
I mean,
Come on with it.
production. That matters most to me. Production.
Facts.
Because I'm telling you, Mr. Gemini, you got too many situations out there where somebody will look at one thing like size and disqualify somebody and they go elsewhere and they ball out. It's happened so many times.
So many.
I'm
Let
I'm
this man cook.
I'm
Come
just
on,
saying,
boys.
it's happened
Yes,
so
sir.
many times
Tell him.
when production ultimately is what
Ooh.
should stand at the top. Because production leads to stats, which leads to, you know, contributing to the team, which leads to playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
and it just keeps
Mm-hmm.
going up. It keeps
Yep.
going up.
Yep. So I linked a video in chat about this dude, and I want you to watch this first highlight clip of him. I put it on my stream too. And this is case in point what I'm talking about, where he's gonna make people question whether you should be throwing these like underneath the routes to a wide
hmm
receiver.
Um,
Look how hard this dude hits this man. It's in Discord.
yeah,
Look at
yeah.
this.
Mr. Gemini says, I'm saying a linebacker in the college is fine, but not in the NFL. If in the NFL he transitioned to safe, we don't know that yet, though. We don't know that yet.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
We don't know that yet.
No.
I'm not gonna jump to that conclusion until that's been
Right.
said. I'm not jumping to that conclusion because we don't know yet. We don't know.
Exactly.
We don't know
Mm-hmm.
that yet.
There's a lot of things we don't know about these rookies yet. We're still learning. We won't as fans have access to that until training camp. All we can do is trust in what these articles say about them, because that's the media access that's allowed. All right, so sync it up to about 16 seconds, and you know, play it at normal speed, muted. I want y'all to see this hit. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm playing.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. Now watch this hit, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to understand. This is what I'm talking about. Do not throw an underneath route against this man because he will kill you just like Troy Polamalu used to do.
Not to mention, look at the dude's hitting technique. Drive low,
Boom!
wraps.
God dang! I'm trying to tell you. Look at how aggressive that hit is.
And this guy is
That's disgusting.
he's hitting and rapping.
I'm gonna run it back in slow motion for y'all, so
Look
y'all can see this.
look at
Because
how this dude is hitting. You think he cares about his size? You think he cares about what people think of his size? This dude is out here hitting.
I'm running it back
Shoot.
in slow motion for you. Watch this technique. Watch the eyes. This dude knows exactly where this wide receiver is catching this ball. This is 5 or 6 yards out. Soon as he knows that ball is going to him, here he comes. Boom! Shoulder right to the gut.
Cause I'll give you that, Mr. Gemini. I thought the
I was
same
like,
I thought the same thing when I saw his name and I heard a lot of talks about him and I saw his size. I was just like, ugh. But then when I saw the stats, I'm like, wait a minute. Look at that production. I'm just saying.
and this is player awareness too. Watch this at 22 seconds starting out. You're looking from the quarterback's eyes, seeing that him just sneaking back there in the backfield. Soon as that ball is snapped, he knows instinctively where this ball is going, and he knows exactly when to move there.
And not to
Boom!
not to mention, this is somebody that was productive with those stats and somebody that we got undrafted. Undrafted.
Watch him stare down those quarterback's eyes, man. He knows, and he knocked the ball loose too
Like
while
like
he's doing it.
like put it this way.
That's
Uh
crazy, man.
like put it this way. Size stands out, sure, but so far he hasn't given me a
Yeah,
reason. He hasn't given me a reason to, you know, to cut him out, you know?
yep.
Mr. Gem
There's another big one right there on the
Mr.
goal line.
Mr. Gemini, I highly recommend if you haven't yet, Mr. Gemini, look up his highlights on YouTube. Look up his highlights on YouTube.
I put it in chat. I put it in my chat. Links in my chat. I want y'all to check out this goal line hit right here at 36 seconds. Watch this in normal speed, and then we're gonna slow it down. Watch
Hmm.
this. Boom! Dead stop right at the one. Dead stop brick wall.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That is insane, dude. And Utah's got some really strong players too. This is a big running back.
Oh.
I need y'all to understand that. Now we're gonna run this back in slow motion. And I want y'all to take a good look at this. Look at this technique. Look at this. Before that ball even comes near the 1 yard line, look at his feet. Look at his lineup.
Yeah.
Look at this footwork. He's already, it's like a 40-yard dash for this man. Boom! The last time I saw a tackle like that was Troy Polamalu, y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. And we got this at linebacker.
I'm hoping to see him get plenty of reps during the preseason, that's for sure.
My lord.
Yeah.
That's that's filthy. These are all legal hits, by the way.
Yep, dropping the shoulder, hit, wrap. Hit, wrap.
Every single play consistently hit wrap,
Hit,
hit
wrap.
wrap.
Hit, wrap. Hit, wrap the present.
And did you notice, like right here against UCLA, this is a 5 yard pass. He's making them think about these passes.
Yeah,
You
Miss.
know, he
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Gemini. I hope he makes the team too. It would be awesome.
he's making them reconsider making even just a 5 yard curl route. That's what I want in this backfield, man. When you got somebody like that coverage wise in our backfield, ooh,
It's like, hold up.
add that add that in with our run stopping ability with all our run stoppers, and
Yeah,
we got that type of coverage.
yeah,
That's gonna make some quarterbacks rethink their strategies right there. That's really gonna stretch some of these quarterbacks and turn them into AR and try
yeah.
to throw it deep. And when you got a guy like Lathan back there, and that's why that safety pick was so important. Is because
Right,
you got to make sure that you got that safety help back there, and not somebody like Xavier Woods that's going to take plays off, and get cooked back there. Now we got somebody that's not going to take plays off, that's going to come at you and is going to make tackles and wrap you up.
right,
So the question is, can Lathan cover well enough at safety? Is he quick enough to move around? That's what I'm going to be looking at when we start looking at preseason games.
right, right,
Uh, because if he isn't, then we need to go hunting again. But if he
right.
is, and you add a guy like this, like Nomura here
Hmm.
in there, we got coverage, we got run stopping, and we got safety help. Now all we got to do is worry about those corners. That's press coverage and nickel. And I'm telling you, the strategies will change very quickly. This is this is Dan Morgan playing chess right now with this defensive coverage with this guy. If
Let
he
me
makes the team and he does what he's supposed to do.
let me ask you something, Mr. Gemini. So far, and just, being honest, so far, have you seen anything out of this dude that shows him being 220 pounds as a negative?
I still have yet to see it.
I haven't seen it yet.
No.
I haven't seen it yet. Maybe you have, Mr. Gemini. That's why I'm asking. Have you? Because I haven't.
Man, it's players like this that make me excited to go to training camps and watch them, man. Because I want to see this in person when we're battling against each other, with basic drills, 11 on 11s. I want to see this type of aggressiveness.
Yeah, right.
I want to see the footwork. I want to see the technique. I want to see the nastiness come out. Once they're settled in after a week or two. Because this is the type of stuff that I want to sink my teeth into and evaluate.
Yeah.
That's it makes it fun for me. That's wow, man. I love what I see in that trailer right there. And if we're gonna get that, yeah, I'm excited. That's the answer I've been looking for right there. We got Trevor Wallace who can go side to side, run stopping, AJ Klein version. Now we got this dude that can cover. That's basically your TD, you know, equivalent. I can cover and can run stop and can tackle. Okay, we're cooking. We're cooking on defense now. You know what I'm saying? If this dude is what we think he is, and we got him for
Yeah.
cheap,
Yeah.
ooh,
Cheap, undrafted. Shoot.
ooh, this dude's got the nastiness of Troy Polamalu at linebacker. I like it. And for those of you that aren't as familiar with Troy Polamalu, that are kind of new to that name, go look up some highlights, man, because he was responsible for at least 3 or 4 rules in the NFL rulebook
Mr.
because of how nasty he hit.
Mr. Gemini, you still haven't answered my question. See, you talk about Troy Polamalu. I mean, yeah, I know he wasn't a linebacker. I asked specifically, have you seen anything like, that's why I was saying check out this dude's highlights. Have you seen anything from this guy being 220 pounds as a linebacker that is showing that as a negative? That's my question. And the reason why I say that is because right now, which I get it, right now I feel like this whole 220 pounds thing is on paper and not because we've seen something. That's all I'm saying. Like, have you seen anything that brings that out as a negative?
And the thing is, like Troy Polamalu is a small guy too, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but he brought a lot of attitude. 4.33 40-yard dash time.
Yeah,
And this
Palomalu,
dude was within
he's 5'10 to
5 feet of
five.
every single play.
Let's see, he was 5'10, 207 pounds.
Yeah, 207 pounds. There you go, right there. And for a safety, it's expected. What's the expected rate range?
For safety.
Yeah, nowadays, what would you say is a average safety weight range? Just a guess.
I
You
mean,
know.
I would say give or take between 190 and maybe 220.
Okay. So we got a slightly undersized linebacker, and Troy Polamalu fit in that lower category of the average size of a safety. Yet look at the damage this dude did in 12 years.
But Mr. Gemini, you still haven't answered my question though. You're saying 220 pounds is a negative for a linebacker in the NFL. What have you seen to show that? Give me an example.
Right.
Cause right, cause
What type of players? Name a player or two that have been uh, hurt by their size
because
at linebacker.
and the reason why I say that, Mr. Gemini, you can't say that as a negative if it's never even been heard of in the NFL. You can't say that's a negative if it's never even been present in the NFL, bro.
Exactly. Because I have yet to find a linebacker that's been hurt by his size in the NFL. You know, that has the talent and has gotten stuff done. This has been repeated years. We've got several of those things going on. And by the way, shout out to Troy for being Samoan descent and representing the Samoans. That's amazing. Um, what's he doing right now? He's doing charity outreach work for anyone interested in that information right there. But yeah, he was within 5 feet of every single play, and I've never seen anybody do that at any position on defense.
So, interestingly enough, I just did a search, like just random search, smallest
Yeah.
linebacker in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was, not the smallest, but undersized for his position, was actually Teddy Bruschi, who was 6'1", 247 pounds, known for a hard-hitting style, and was notably undersized. Other examples, Sam Mills and London Fletcher.
Sam Mills, who is also in the Hall of Fame. Teddy Bruschi has a ring.
Okay, Mr. Gemini, you say when have you seen a 220-pound linebacker in the NFL that was that good? Because there hasn't been a 220-pound linebacker in the NFL. That's what I'm saying. How can you say it's a negative when there hasn't even been a player of that size in the NFL? You can't say that's a negative when it's never happened before. That's my point. How can
Exactly.
you say that's a negative if it's never happened? How? What proof of that?
Exactly.
What proof of that is a negative if it's never happened? What proof of a negative is that if it's never happened? How is it a negative if it's never happened? That's my point. See,
He doesn't have one.
you're looking at it on paper, bro. But if it's never happened, like
He doesn't have it.
it's never happened, Mr. Gemini. You can only say that on paper, sure. On paper, it looks undersized, but you have not seen that in action in the NFL. It hasn't happened before. So, how can you say that ultimately it's going to be a negative? You don't know that yet. I don't know that yet. None of us know that yet.
Mm.
We don't know
Mm.
that yet.
Mm. That's true.
There's no proof of that. In the NFL, there is no proof of that. That could change this season. I just
Eh,
looked it up. There's no proof of that.
Mm-hmm. And I want you to just for point of reference, this is Troy Polamalu's stats. This is without even taking into account his massive hitting ability and what he did. You got 771 tackles, 577 solo, 12 sacks, 14 forced fumbles, and a lot of those were because of big hits.
Oh, check this out, Mr. Gemini. I got you. I got you.
32 picks.
Hold on, Corey. I got him on this.
All right, all right, all right.
Two that were close to that. Sam Mills. Guess what Sam Mills' size were?
Uh oh.
5'9", 228 pounds.
Uh oh.
Mike Singletary, 6 feet, 228 pounds. That's close. That's even closer. Sam Mills and Mike Singletary. That's even closer. The
What's
legendary,
his cooking right now, man?
the legendary Mike Singletary.
What's his cooking?
The
He's got you,
legendary,
bro.
the legendary Mike Singletary was 6 feet,
Ooh,
228 pounds.
he just got you with the haymaker, man. He just got you with a haymaker in his debate, bro. What you gonna respond with? Dang, bro.
That's even closer than Teddy Bruschi.
Dang.
I'm just saying. Come on now. Come on now.
Ouch.
I just looked up smallest linebackers, and Sam Mills and Mike Singletary, both 228 pounds. I just Googled it.
Ouch. He got you on that one. All right, so you're looking at 110 career pass deflections from Troy, and I mean the number I want y'all to focus on with Troy's career is these 110 pass deflections because he had multiple years where he had double digits,
Yeah.
and that's what I want Nomura to focus on.
And
If
see,
he's going to channel his inner Troy Polamalu, that's what I want him to do,
well,
and focus on those forced fumbles too.
according to Google, it says that they came in at that size. And even, I'll give you 230, Mr. Gemini. That's just a 10-pound difference.
10-pound difference.
And not to mention, both are smaller in height.
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm-hmm.
Tuasavi.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mr. Gemini, you're still not proving the point here. The thing is,
No.
even you take 230, if that's the cutoff point, is 230, you still can't say that you've seen anybody under that size as a negative, especially when you have two right there that's at least 10 pounds or less more that have been dominant. Dominant. Dominant.
Oof. He's got you there, Mr. Gemini.
What
He's got you
proof?
there, man.
What proof? Mr. Gemini says, never heard of Mike Singletary until he became. Dude, look up Mike Singletary. Look up Mike
Please
Singletary.
do. Do yourself a favor, look up his numbers, please.
Oh, Mr.
How do you
Gemini.
not know about him?
Mr. Gemini, Super Bowl champion, two-time Defensive Player of the Year, NFL Man of the Year, 10-time Pro Bowler,
Come on,
10-time
man.
Pro Bowler, was a nightmare from Chicago Bears at the time where they had one of the greatest defenses. Singletary, Steve Mongo McMichael, William Perry, Richard Dent.
Mm.
They were bruisers. Bruisers. And Mike Singletary, just a 10-pound difference. Just a 10-pound difference. Don't count them out yet, Mr. Gemini. Please, I beg you, brother. From one fan to another, don't count them out yet. Please, don't count them out yet. Don't count them out yet.
Dang, man.
I'll make a deal with you, Mr. Gemini. If I make
Uh-oh.
I'll make a deal with you. If he doesn't pan out, you know what? Fair game. Let me have it. Let me have it all you want. If he doesn't pan out, let me have it. But right now, don't count him out. Please, don't count him out. That's my only request. That's my only request. Fair? Fair? You don't lose anything, I don't lose anything. Don't count him out. Don't count him out. Don't let a 10-pound difference count him out, bro. Don't don't count him out yet. Not from a
They
10-pound
asked,
not from a 10-pound difference. Don't count him out yet.
what was this dude's 40 time? No, what was 40 time?
I'm not too sure.
I'm interested in that because if it's anything like Troy Polamalu's 4.33, we could have something special here
Mm.
and just not even know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying he's going to be the next Troy Polamalu at linebacker, but what I'm saying is if he's going to channel his inner Troy Polamalu, like I said, focus on the pass deflections because you're a linebacker. Focus on forcing those fumbles because that's a difference maker in the game, and focus on your tackling. Make sure to limit those assists. You know, that's what I want you to look at. You know, don't worry about the run stuffs. Don't
Mm.
worry about all that. That's extra. You know, don't worry about sacks. That's an extra.
Mr.
You
Gemini
know,
says
just focus on those.
he says I'm not counting him out. Like I said, I want him to be better than Thomas Davis. Like I'm not even setting that expectation.
No,
I'm just saying
nobody's setting that expectation.
I'm
What we're
just
saying is like
go out there and produce.
exactly.
That's all I want to see right now. And this dude has done that in his last year in college. My thing is go out and do it on the NFL field. And I'm glad he has this opportunity. My thing, and like I said, on paper, 220 is low. my only request, if you can, Mr. Gemini, if you don't, I still respect whatever your decision is. If you can, just try to lower that concern for now. If you can. For me. For me. Like I said, if I'm wrong, you can rip into me. I give you 1,000,000% permission to rip into me and you will not get penalized for it. Deal? Deal? If I'm wrong, you can rip into me and I won't be phased.
Mm.
Just lower your concern on that one thing. That one thing. If I'm wrong, you can rip into me. I give you Corey, you're a witness. You can rip into me if I'm wrong.
Mm.
You have full 1,000,000% permission.
And you have permission to rip into me about the Troy Polamalu comparison too,
There we
which
go.
I feel like, which I wouldn't recommend it, because I'm gonna come back at you with some debate smoke too. So I wouldn't recommend it on my end.
Yeah. Mr.
But
Gemini says deal. Yeah. Fair deal. Fair
yeah,
deal. You got a deal.
yeah.
You got a deal.
But I see something here, man. I see a little bit of Troy in this dude, man. I do, and I like it, man.
Yeah, Damien, you're a witness too. Yeah. Anybody that's watching, you're a witness.
I
Absolutely.
like this dude, man.
Absolutely.
I want a good look at this dude, man. I want him to get his fair share of reps. Give him the uh the treatment you gave to Effie Abada. I want to
Yeah.
take a good look at this dude.
I,
Give him a fair amount of reps. Let's see what he got.
I'm just saying, for a dude his size and racked up 109 tackles in a season, that's an eye opener.
That caught my attention immediately.
Shoot.
And let's see. And do we have? I want his rookie numbers. I want his college numbers. Hold up. Let me see. Where I wasn't even looking up him. Okay. Um,
Um, I got you.
40 time.
I got
40
you.
time. Here we go. 4.62. All right, so you know that's pretty good for a linebacker.
4.62. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like I said, Troy Polamalu is a 4.3.
hmm
Keep that in mind, y'all. Yeah,
Da-
4.26 shuttle time.
uh, Dame,
4.61 on the 40-yard dash.
Damien, we're talking about Carolina's signed undrafted linebacker of Tuasavi Nomura, who came out of Fresno State.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I apologize for those last couple of stats. Those were the safety at Gina. But you're looking at a 4.62 40 time for
hmm
Namora. And Troy Polamalu is a 4.3. Keep that in mind. Two different positions, but the aggressiveness is the same.
Oof. Oof.
And 21 bench press reps, 4.38 in the time to shuttle, 7.25 in the three cone drill. So this dude's fast for a linebacker, and he's an outside linebacker. This is the answer to our coverage problem. So now, when you go into, let's channel it back to the Dallas game here. When you're facing guys that are quick, decisive route runners in the short game,
hmm
and this dude develops properly over 2 years and becomes that coverage linebacker with the Troy Polamalu aggressiveness,
hmm
quarterbacks like Dak are going to readjust their strategy very quickly because they're going to see, okay, Trevor Wallace is on the outside corners. We can't run the ball on the outside. Okay, now what? We don't have Rico anymore. We can't run up the middle. So let's do like maybe an ISO or a draw play. Here comes Trevor Wallace up the middle. Okay, let's maybe try to do a check down pass if we can't go long. Here comes Navoa to shut those down, those hook routes. Okay, so how about the medium and the deep ball? How
Mm,
good are the corners? That's when you start seeing them test J.C. Horn or his counterpart on the other side. And that's where we've got to have really tight coverage. We've got to be able to shut those down and get some pass deflections. So that's what I want them to work on as their next level. As we go into week 6. If they're healthy, they're going to make noise. You know, uh, and we've got to have a solid number 3 corner that can come in and do exactly what these guys are doing.
mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's going to be a wasted effort. If we don't have Namoa out there, you know, as a coverage linebacker, doing what he does, if he doesn't pan out, then we're going to have to go searching again. That means we're going to look weak over the middle, on short, buttery passes, you
Mm,
know, that move the chains. It's going to take longer for them to move down the field because we've got Ransom back there at safety. So they'll be forced to take those 5 to 7 yard gains and move down the field and test our number 2 corner because they're not going to test out JC. We already know this.
um,
JC's going to shut him down 8 out of 10 times.
Mr. Gemini says, I'm not saying he's not going to be good. I'm just saying he might need to transition to safety, but I don't know yet. That's not impossible. I mean, shoot, Thomas
Yeah,
Davis went from safe
we
went
have
from
enough
safe.
safeties though.
Thomas Davis went from safety to linebacker. So I mean, a position switch isn't impossible. That wouldn't bother me if it came to that. I mean, if it,
Um, I don't like that for him because we need linebackers. We need a linebacker coverage man. So
yeah,
I'd rather him stay where he's at. So
yeah,
if ever tries to switch him around, I'm not going to be pleased with it. If he makes the 53.
hmm,
And we start playing musical chairs with his positionally and trying to figure out where he's supposed to be at, and you see him 50 times out of 100 at safety position, and you see him 50 times out of 100 at linebacker position, I'm going to go, Evero, what the heck are you doing?
mm,
Because that's 100% on Evero. That's case in point proof of why Evero needs to get his crap together
yeah,
if he wants to keep this DC job. Because I want him exclusively at corner, coverage position,
uh,
linebacker coverage,
coverage.
if he makes the
Gotcha.
53. That's what we have to have in a 3-4 defense,
S-
to keep this running. We've
Yeah.
got way too many run stoppers. We don't have any coverage guys at linebacker. Name one coverage linebacker that we had last year. Name one. And don't say Shaq because Shaq was struggling with that.
Yeah. Shoot.
I know somebody's going to say Shaq. That's the reason he got cut, bro. Because everybody recognized he was a run stopper. He was nothing more than that. He's had how many years to become more than that, and he hasn't done it.
I think probably the closest was maybe Josie Jewell, but that's not saying a lot.
Right. That's my point, man. We need a
Yeah.
coverage linebacker.
But
This dude.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
So when we're playing the Cowboys, week 6, um, either we have Namoa out there or we don't. As a solid coverage linebacker. If we don't, we're going to look buttery soft over the middle. They're going to get 5 to 7 yards a rack, on us. They're
I'm
going to move down the field. They're going to get either a field goal or they're going to try to get into the red zone and burn us that way.
I'm gonna say, I know this is gonna suck. We lose by a field goal.
I'm going to agree with that because I don't know. That's really the major question.
Yeah.
If we if we do have him out there as a coverage linebacker and he does pan out, then okay, yeah, pressure's on the corners.
Hmm.
They're going to test the second and third corner
Hmm.
and Chow Smith Wade. They're not going to test safety. They're not going to test uh, like a linebacker position because we know this dude is covering like a hawk.
Right.
So that's where they're going to go. But if he is not out there, the corner job becomes a whole lot harder. And that's why this third corner spot is essential
Oh shoot,
right now. We
Miss,
have to make the right call.
Mr. Gemini is calling our record to be 11-6. Oh shoot. Ooh.
I love the optimism. I love the optimism. I haven't seen the full schedule here yet, but I love
Um.
the optimism so far.
So week 7, like, oh
Yeah, we got to keep it moving.
week 7 on the road against a team we haven't played since Sam Darnold. New York Jets.
Jets are garbage. That's a win.
I'll say this: they got Justin Fields. I say bring it, because we've been hearing
I'm
a
not
lot.
afraid of Justin Fields.
A lot of stuff about
Bring it.
Justin Fields. We gonna see if it's gonna add up, but I say bring it. Um,
Justin Fields has been Chad's biggest guy, isn't it?
yeah. So,
Yeah, bring it.
I mean, let's see. I mean,
Let's find out.
definitely. You know, Garrett Wilson, definitely somebody to look out for. Alan Lazard.
Yeah.
Um, they got Sauce Gardner, of course. Don't sleep on Sauce
Hmm.
Gardner. They got a few. They got a couple of names. They got a couple of names. I'm not gonna say uh they don't have any eye openers on their team. I mean, they tend to draft pretty dang on decent. It's just it hasn't
That's
it hasn't ultimately been able to translate like they want. But I will say they have drafted decently over the years. It's just
that's a trademark of the Jets. You'll see really good corners. You'll see really good uh speedy guys at linebacker. You know that can run stop because
yeah.
of the 3-4 defense before they switched it. Um, that's a trademark of what they do, but it's not even close to enough good players, to make any type of a run because the GMs don't know what they're doing on those other positions. So either the scouts are feeding them the wrong info, or they just need to figure out some other type of plan there because it ain't working. This has been 20 plus years. You guys have had plenty of time to fix this, and you haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
This is why you keep getting cooked.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair. This is why it keeps happening
Quick,
year after year.
quick question from Mr. Gemini. What do y'all think about T Mac and Hunter matchup week 1 if he even plays corner? I think it'll be a good test. I think it'll be a
It
good
will.
test.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But it just really
I want to see how good Hunter really is at corner.
yeah, cuz
The NFL is a different level.
yeah.
It's faster. It's much more aggressive, and you know you have to adapt to that or you get run over. It's
Yeah,
that simple.
but
And as far as that goes, Ted has the advantage because wide receivers adapt to that a lot faster than corners,
not to mention
rookie
it's
corners.
it's a big target for Bryce. Uh,
I've seen rookie corners that take about 3 to 4 weeks to develop that. Once into the regular season. whereas the wide receiver it takes 1 to 2.
Not to
So you've
mention,
already got if you're Hunter, Travis Hunter, you're already at a disadvantage.
yeah, not to
You got to
mention,
match that.
not to mention, T Mac is 6'4". And
Hmm.
then again, Xavier Leggett is 6'3". So I mean, shoot.
And T Mac has an excellent catch radius,
Yep.
which is what everybody was hyping on.
So,
So
yeah.
I'm gonna say T Mac wins that matchup 7 out of 10 times.
But it should be a good
Um,
it should be a good test though. Should be a really good test. But honestly, the only oh, and Mr. Gemini says Travis said that T Mac was the toughest wide receiver he played against, and sure enough,
week 1. Here we
week one,
go.
week one,
Oh, that's gonna get a lot of publicity right there.
yeah. Um, Back to the Jets. I mean, really, the only person on their defense that really just well, there's two, Quentin Williams at the D line, and of course Sauce Gardner.
Sauce Gardner is a problem. I'll say that. Sauce Gardner is a problem.
Uh,
Garrett Wilson could become a problem, but they haven't developed him yet.
Mr. Gemini says can't call him T Mac. There's only one T Mac. Which one? Tracy McGrady? That's a
That's what
different sport.
it's a different sport, bro.
No, I'm just joking. Um,
Yeah,
so honestly, I agree. I think this should be a win.
yeah,
I don't think they're really that big of a threat to really just
yeah,
I just don't see it. That should be a win.
yeah. That's not even a trap game at all. Not even close.
Now this next one, okay, we got some problems here. Although
The Bills are still fully loaded.
it is at home, it's still the Buffalo Bills who are coming off of a MVP season
Kyler Murray's a beast,
behind Josh Allen.
but he
Ooh,
has nothing on Josh Allen on any given day. Josh Allen just comes out and he just slings it.
yeah,
He's even made the,
yeah.
the, the Chiefs defense look like uh, rotisserie chickens at times. And
Oh,
I'm
and
like, bro,
just look at the familiar names. Ugh.
oh my God.
Curtis Samuel, Laviska Shenault.
No,
Oh,
don't do this.
jeez.
Don't do this. Don't do this. All right, now you made me look at the names. Dadgummit, man. Now I gotta see him. Now I gotta see him.
Oh, that's right. They did get Joey Bosa. Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
Dane
Oh,
Jackson.
what?
Yeah, he went back
Oh my
apparently.
God.
Tre'Davious White.
What?
A healthy DeMar Hamlin.
Oh my God.
Honestly,
This is. Let me see.
I don't see us winning this game, to be honest with you.
I don't either. Let me see the. Let me see this roster. I'm not gonna like this, am I? Is this
No.
gonna be another one of those GMC truck situations where
It,
I found out we had like 8 players that, or half a dozen players that were former Panthers?
yeah.
Oh my God.
And you know what's even
No, they have Spencer Brown too.
and you know what's
Oh
sad?
my God.
They
What?
they have Mitchell Trubisky as a backup who is undefeated against Carolina.
Oh no. Look at this roster. Oh God. It's disgusting. Mike Edwards. And not to mention they had AJ Klein at one point too.
Yeah.
Frank Gore Jr. Oh my. Are you serious?
Yeah. Backup running back. Yeah, behind James Cook, who went over 1,000 last season.
Yo. Dane Jackson. Ugh.
Mr. Gemini, we got really lucky, but I'll take that number one pick for the Mavs. I'll take it. I'll take it. um,
Mm.
but and then Josh Allen coming off an MVP season.
They still have Matt Milano.
Yep, yes they do.
Oh my God, how old is this dude now? 30? Yeah, he's 30.
No. Oh, yeah.
God, that's a name I recognize even. Joshua Palmer? No, you did not just get Joshua Palmer too. Oh my God. Greg Rosal. That's another one I recognize. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, that's right. They do have Daquan Jones, another former Panther.
Hmm. Oh my God.
Dang.
Cedric Van Pran. I remember that name.
Yeah.
Tre'Davious White. I don't think Tre'Davious White was over ours. No, he wasn't.
Nah, he wasn't.
Van Pran was
Yeah.
for a minute. He was. Oh my
Yeah.
God, dude.
I mean,
This is
it's at
that's
home.
disgusting.
It's a home game. That's really all I can say.
What is it about the Bills that they just love our former players like that? Uh,
Oof.
This is where all of those former moves that we made are about to come back and bite us hard.
Yeah. Chomp chomp.
This is what I've been warning y'all about. Oh, this ain't about to be just chomp chomp. This is about to be Godzilla
Dang.
taking over New York. That's what it's about to be. Y'all let Godzilla loose on New York.
Yeah.
Y'all let the Jurassic Park dinosaurs loose in New York. It's about to be your butt. You should have just kept them on the island. That was your fault.
Ugh.
And now we're gonna play cleanup
Yeah.
because it's about to cost us a win.
Hate to say it,
I warned y'all.
but yeah. Bills are winning.
How
Yeah.
many times I gotta say it on stream before this management gets a clue, man? I told you so. I warned y'all.
Whew.
I warned y'all about that. Did I not? It's in multiple VODs. Be careful who you cut.
Yeah.
I said it multiple times.
That
And
you
I'm gonna say
did.
it again as we go into preseason. Be careful who you cut. I ain't worried about Shaq. I ain't worried about Mingo. Those are the people I ain't worried about. We're making the right cuts right now.
Right.
But our former management, Frank, the juggler, and doggone Matt, the joke rule, yeah,
Right.
that came out of a clown car. Yeah. Honk honk. Give him a red clown nose and
Dang.
some rainbow hair. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Can't even make anything work in Oklahoma. I told y'all, man. Dude
Yeah.
don't belong in a head coaching role. He doesn't. I don't care where you put him. Does not belong there. If you can only get 5 wins with Oklahoma during a regular season, you
Right.
don't belong in a head coaching role. Period. Go back to a coordinator role where you rightfully belong. Stay in your lane.
Right. Right.
And you know, we chose that over a proven coach. That's what
Yep.
irritates me.
That we did. That we did.
And y'all we reap the results of it.
Yep.
We're about to reap it again in week 8. Mm, 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 mm.
So we're in agreement. Loss.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely a loss. If we don't get slaughtered in that game, I'll be surprised.
Yeah. Okay.
And then Green Bay following that up in Lambeau. Oh my god.
Oh, Green
Oh,
Bay. Now, while we have gotten close once before with
ooh,
Bryce, ah, okay, let me see who Green Bay has now. Because Green Bay, I mean, Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, Romeo Dobbs. Oh, they got Mecole Hardman. Oh, geez.
we let McCall Hardman go to the Packers, man. What? Seriously? For a penny
Yeah.
on the dime?
Yeah.
Are
Jade,
y'all nuts?
Jaden Reed, Luke Musgrave.
You wanted a number one wide receiver. There you go. We got to hook up with KC and we can't land Hardman, man. That pisses me off. I don't
Ugh.
understand it. I don't get it. He's better than Agnew. He's better than Hunter Renfro.
Oh yeah, I forgot they got Isaiah
And for
Simmons,
sandwich money, man. Subway sandwich money. And you let that get to Green Bay.
Xavier McKinney.
Now we got to see that dude play against our corners.
Yeah. Oh man.
To a management that
Mm.
will not treat him right, too. Like, are you serious? See, this is the stuff, man. This is us Carolina Panthering right here.
I mean, we've gone
We
up.
can afford that contract.
Honestly, if this was at home, I would have been more for it. But honestly,
That's an L.
I gotta say this is an L. And Lambo, I gotta say this is an L.
I agree.
I hate to say it, but yeah, this an L. Oof, oof.
And then the Saints in week 10.
Week 10, first meeting against the Saints.
Uh, Here comes the juicy news that some of y'all don't know about. Derek Carr has retired.
Yep, has announced his retirement. And now they may be in quarterback purgatory.
What are they going with?
Well,
What
they
do they
got
have right now?
well, they got Spencer Radler, Tyler Shug, Jake Hayner, Hunter Deckers.
Wait, what? Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Stop the presses. James Bradbury is still a free agent right now.
Oh, really?
Whoa. Okay, okay, okay. Let me see
Interesting.
that contract of his, man. Let me see this. Yo, good shot, David Screws. Thank you so much. His last contract was with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right. Right.
3 years, $38 million. Now, if we're talking year by year, this dude was making 2.8 first year, 2023, 4.3 last year, 4.8 he was scheduled to make this year, coming season for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
And then it was going to be $7 million after that in 2026. All right, so my whole thing is the Eagles still owe him 4.8 for this year, $7 million for next year. But we could get this dude for about $7 million,
So
which
here's the thing.
which is ironically enough the same amount we just freed up with Clowney's contract.
Here's the thing. Is he good to go? Because remember, he had the season-ending torn Achilles and soleus muscle.
Ooh,
So
good question.
that's the only thing. Now
That
the
name got my full attention though.
now the injury and all that happened in August of last year. So it's possible that, I mean, I don't know what his status is, but yeah, that's the only thing that sticks out.
All right, Panthers management, I need y'all to keep that 7 million freed up. Don't make a move on Asante Samuel or Gilmore just yet.
I would
I
at I would at least
let's
see
let's
what
keep an eye on his progress.
yeah, I would at least see where he's at as
Eagle
far
eye.
as health wise.
Yeah, I want an eagle eye paying attention to his health right now.
Because we got to remember, this is somebody that has 19 interceptions. That's a big deal. That stands out.
Yep,
So,
yep. I want somebody in Philadelphia watching him like a hawk, health wise. That's
so
what I want right now. Whatever you can legally do, keep a eagle close eye on him. The second this man becomes available, sign him immediately. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. $7 million. Sign him immediately for 1 year. We'll deal with the extensions after that. I want him.
but I will say that probably between now and when we play the Saints, they're they've got to have some sort of like legit starting quarterback by that time. Because
That's what I'm thinking too.
I mean, I just can't
By that
really.
point, they've got to have started hunting for one.
Yeah,
There's too many what there's too many options out there.
I
Are they
mean,
gonna go Teddy Bridgewater again?
or do you think they might even make a bid for Aaron Rodgers?
Nah, they don't want to deal with
Well,
Aaron Rodgers and
well, then
his
again,
garbage attitude and stuff.
they're not completely over their cap issue, are they?
Nope.
Oh no,
It's
no.
gonna have to be somebody cheap.
Oh well, then nah. I don't know if they can
It
definitely.
won't be Rodgers.
Yeah, I don't know
It
if they
won't
can
be
pull that
Russell.
off. Cause
Russell's out too.
Rodgers' previous salary was $37.5 million.
Yep. And
Yeah,
that also rules out Sam Darnold too.
right. Well, don't forget Sam Darnold's signed to Seattle, so yeah,
Yep. So he's out. They don't want Wentz because Wentz has to be protected like a fortress.
yeah.
So he's out.
Oh snap! So Saints may be critically vulnerable, but it depends on what they have by the time we get to them and what we have. But you know what? Now I will say this: that running back room, Devin Neal, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Alvin Kamara, that
That's a nasty room.
that's a nasty running back room.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receivers. I mean, Brandon Cooks, Velius Jones Jr., Chris Olave, Rashid
Mm-hmm.
Shaheed,
Mm-hmm.
Cedric Wilson Jr., and then Taysom Hill, who does have quarterback experience as well. I
Yep.
mean, they definitely have legit offensive weapons. So, I mean, it really just, can the quarterback be their field general that they need to be? Remains to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
Defense. I mean, of course, Cam Jordan, Chase Young,
Mm-hmm.
Demario Davis. Kool-Aid, Justin Reed, and Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu.
No way they got Justin Reed.
Yep.
Oh my god. Who'd they draft again? They
Uh,
drafted one of the guys on my list, didn't they?
they got Kelvin Banks Jr., Tyler. Oh, so they drafted a quarterback, Tyler Schell. Okay. Devin Neal. I remember you mentioned Devin Neal.
Devin Neal.
Uh, Quincy Riley at cornerback. Danny Stutzman. That's who they drafted.
Yep. Yep.
Linebacker. Danny
That's the
Stutzman.
guy.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned Danny Stutzman.
Oh, boy, that's gonna be a problem. Hmm.
So ultimately, ultimately, we should at least split with the Saints
I feel like yes.
because they're going to be
If we're gonna
very,
get a dub, it's gonna be at home.
yeah, and this is a home game, but they are at a holding pattern in quarterback, and that could be a big disadvantage for them. So right now, I'm
Uh,
right now I'm going to say win. I'm going to say win.
I am too. Shout out David Screws. Have a good night. He said, "Nice hearing from you, Jason. Keep pounding and good night, gentlemen."
Good night.
Have a good night,
Rest
buddy.
rest well. Keep pounding.
That's right, man.
So we got Atlanta on the road.
Oh boy, that's gonna kill our momentum right there.
Although we did beat them in overtime on the road last year.
That was luck.
We had to.
I feel like we had a lot of talent, but I feel like that was also luck.
That was a high scoring game like crazy.
My goodness.
Um. Hmm. But you know what? I think we're gonna sweep them this time. I got Carolina to sweep Atlanta this year.
I agree.
Yeah. I think we
Phoenix is going to be throwing a lot of short and medium passes, so look out for that.
yeah.
He's a game manager type quarterback, but he's very, very dangerous as a game manager type quarterback. He's essentially a Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah.
And people are all like, oh, Teddy Bridgewater's trash. This game managers are trash. No, they're not. Game managers are exactly what they are. They're game managers. You bring them in for certain situations where you need the game managed.
Yeah.
They fill a purpose. You know, Teddy Bridgewater is probably the best currently at doing that,
Mhm.
in my opinion. Of the second tier quarterbacks that are not signed right now, if you're talking about quarterbacks that are signed right now,
Right.
um, that's an interesting one right there. That's up for debate. But as far as like backup quarterbacks that have become starters, Teddy
Huh.
Bridgewater.
Yeah. It's
He's
fair.
right in between that those two stages, you know,
Right.
and he's probably going to stay there too till the end of his career. But he's not trash. Definitely not by any means.
Agreed.
We won a few games with him, so don't be so quick to write this dude off. He'll find some work. But yeah, Michael Penix Jr. to me is one of those types. And I feel like that's where he's going to sit for a good chunk of his career until he peaks.
Right.
Um, the question is, when is he going to peak?
Yeah.
And is Arthur Blank going to give him enough of an O line to peak?
Good. Good
I
point.
don't think he will. As long as you got Arthur Blank as owner of the Falcons, it ain't happening.
Exactly.
So if I'm Michael Penix, I'm wanting a change of scenery. after about 4 or 5 years of this.
Yeah. Okay. For the big one, ladies and gentlemen, it's confirmed. We got ourselves a Monday Night Football game for Week 12 on the road against the San Francisco 49ers.
Dun 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 dun. 49ers in
I,
the building that cost us a Super Bowl. Mm.
but you know what? I know I already started talking a little bit of smack to one of my managers at work who is a Niners fan. I am picking this as our upset pick.
A surprise game that we should not be winning, but we do win, huh?
Yep, I
Mm.
think
We get one of those a year.
I think we get a game-winning drive to seal the deal.
Mm. I think we win this one too.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it'll be close. I think it
yeah,
will be close because you got a lot of factors in this game. I think it's going to be, I mean, prime time. I mean, Brock Purdy, um, C-Mac, Ayuk, Juszczyk, Russell Gage, Juwan Jennings. I mean, there are a lot of weapons. Demarcus Robinson,
I think it's going to be a high scoring game.
George Kittle. It might be a shootout.
Oh, classic shootout, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, and as we all know, there were trade rumors about Ayuk and all their wide receivers, you know,
yeah. And then,
but they never left.
and what's going to be interesting? Look at that O line: Andre Dillard, Trent Williams.
None of these guys left.
Yeah.
Think
So,
about that. That's trouble.
um,
Corners be on guard.
oh man, Nick
If we
Bosa.
have injuries, these guys will come back on the 12th week.
Yep. Nick Bosa, YGM,
Ooh.
Mikael Williams, who they drafted. Um, let's see. Fred Warner at linebacker. Oof. Oof.
Ooh. This is a
Uh,
nasty bunch right here.
yeah, Richie Grant. But you know what? I think we pull it off in the final game-winning drive.
Yeah, this is the one where we send a message.
Yeah, this is my upset pick. This is my
Yeah,
upset pick. Monday
that's
night.
the one where we stop looking like shark bait and we start looking like contenders.
Right. So
That's when people start taking us seriously.
yeah.
Yeah, you can beat the Falcons. Yeah, you can beat the Jets. Yeah, you can beat the Dolphins and the Patriots. But are people taking us seriously just getting division wins? You know what I mean?
Right.
No. Yeah, it's not until you beat somebody major like the 49ers that's when people start to pay attention. They start opening their eyes and saying, uh-oh,
Right.
the Panthers are a problem. Now what?
Yeah, exactly.
So when that happens, you got the Rams in week 13. This is your trap game.
I could not agree with you more actually. And this is the thing. This is the game before the bye. So
Mm-hmm.
week 13. Now we got to remember they made it to the second round of the playoffs last year.
Mm-hmm. Do not underestimate the Rams.
And don't forget you got
They've been building up.
a Super Bowl champion Matthew Stafford. Um,
And they had a ton of picks in this draft too, didn't they?
I believe so.
They were moving around like hotcakes.
And not only that, they got Devonte Adams along with Nakua.
Mm.
Yeah, that's gonna be trouble.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Um, Tyler Higbee at the tight end position.
Yeah.
Um,
We're going to have our hands full.
yeah,
And this is one of those types of games where you get after a big win like that in San Fran, you come back into town and you think, oh well, we could play a little bit lazy, you know.
yeah,
But did you forget about the fact that the Rams were in the playoffs?
yeah.
Mm. And they're still
Um,
building up, and they didn't lose that much talent.
right.
There's your problem. That's what makes it a trap.
Yeah, yeah.
And we have traditionally fallen into the trap games
And see,
and have not come out a winner.
and we gotta also remember, Rams got off to a 1-4 start, and then they went on a big surge after their bye week last season.
That went on a tear.
I mean, they ended up finishing 10-7 after starting 1-4.
Yep, yep, yep.
So,
I kind of want to see what those opponents were. How'd they go
uh,
on that tear? Let's see. I'm
so
looking at it right now. Let's see. Uh,
those are,
yeah, here it is. Right after that Green Bay game,
yeah,
right after the bye week. That bye week came at the perfect time for them.
yeah. But you know what?
Raiders, Minnesota, Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, they did get some. I mean, they
Those
lost.
that's three big wins right there.
Yeah, I mean, they lost to some tough teams, but they beat some tough teams too.
hmm
Like
hmm
beating San Fran, beating Buffalo,
That Buffalo game was the one that convinced me.
beating Seattle, beating Minnesota. Well, actually, they
That
beat
got
they
my
beat.
full attention.
That's right, they beat San Fran twice. That's right.
hmm hmm It was the Buffalo win that got my full attention though, because if you're able to cruise into that game after a win over New Orleans and say, okay, we're ready to play Buffalo now and take them to the fullest extent, and get the dub out of it.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
So I
Not many
mean,
not many teams can do that to Buffalo.
right. But I mean, yeah, Rams are still a threat.
Yeah,
They're definitely still a
yeah.
threat. I don't
They
know.
can be beaten though.
I don't know how much of a hit their defense took, but their offense is still pretty strong on paper.
They can be beaten though. Look at Philadelphia. Look at Miami. They can be beaten. They're not invincible. So there are some weak spots. We just have to find them.
Right.
But traditionally we fall into those traps, and that's not good for us.
Right.
So I'm gonna say L right there before the bye week.
Yeah, I would say L as well.
Prove me wrong. Please do prove me wrong.
So our bye week is late, week 14.
Mm, I don't
And,
like that.
and after that, just 4 games remaining.
Yeah, we're gonna have too many injuries, going in. But it's right before that Saints game in the Superdome,
Yeah.
so that does help us. And then you got a back to back against the Buccaneers too. So
Yeah.
that's two division games. That's two big ones that we're gonna need to win. if we
Right.
want to take the division. So
Right.
that is good timing. Seattle is another big one too. So if you can come into that last month, of December and
Right.
say, yeah, we want this division. We're gonna win week 15. We're gonna win week 16, and we're gonna battle in week 17. We're gonna secure it. You know,
Right.
that's big.
So New Orleans on the road, a 425 game. Okay. Um.
Injuries are gonna be key in this game
Yeah,
and matchups.
but I think this is a loss. I'm
I feel like it is too.
because I picked win at home, but loss on the road.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah. Um.
We're not gonna have enough players healthy enough to battle them.
Right. Uh. And then the 21st, week 16, first matchup against the Bucks at home.
Tampa Bay Bucks at home. I'm gonna say win.
Oh
I,
man.
I
Um.
think that's the one. I think that's the one we take the dub. The key is don't let Mike Evans run circles around us.
Right.
Don't do that again. Because if we contain Mike Evans and we limit them to just the running game and some short passing and medium passing, we should have some good luck.
Oh, they also got Hassan Reddick.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Oof.
Yep. Hassan Reddick is definitely a problem.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Their defense did get a little bit of an upgrade.
Indeed.
So I'm going to say I'm gonna say win.
Hmm.
I'm gonna say win.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Not to mention Baker is still a problem too.
Yeah. But I think we're definitely gonna at least split. I mean,
Mm,
we've been shut out enough times lately. I think this time we're gonna split again.
yeah, that's going to be the resurgence right there. That's when our team's going to rally, like they did in London, and
Yeah.
say no more of this garbage. Like we put up with against the Saints in the Superdome. We're trying to win a division, doggone it.
Right.
Let's hoorah.
Now this
It's
next
time to.
now this next one, which is a flex game, um, week 17 at home against the Seahawks. And
Mm,
we're going up against a familiar face in Sam Darnold.
that's a dangerous game right there.
Yeah,
That could go either way.
and see, look at his newest additions. Marquez Valles Scantling, Cooper Cup. Still got Jackson Smith Jigba. Um,
Smith-Digba and Cooper Cup are a problem.
yep. Still got Noah Font at tight end.
Mm,
Shoot. On defense, Demarcus Lawrence, Leonard Williams, Jonathan Hankins. Oh man, that D line's nasty.
hmm
Oh man, that D line's
We're in
nasty.
for it. We're not going to be
Oh
able to run the ball
shoot.
much.
Jaron Reed. Oof. Oof.
And the whole thing is Brad Isaacs. signature move is that draw play or this or the ISO play.
Uh-huh.
So he'll try to run it up the middle, and you're not going to be able to have much success against that Seattle D line. You're going to have
Yeah.
to move the ball
But I think we might
somehow. You're going to have to do some counters.
can do a little something to their secondary though. Their secondary doesn't look that strong. But that
Um, we could, but the problem is once we've been limited to sweeps, counters, and dead draw plays, you know, then
right,
it's like, okay, well, running play is dead, so we have to pass the ball,
right,
and that's where they're going to start stepping up and making plays on us.
right.
Whereas where you normally wouldn't expect them to do so. So that's going to become an issue later on. You know, they weren't successful before, but you'll see a couple of players come out of the woodwork on that defense and make pass deflections and stops where they shouldn't
Uh-huh.
if we had a running game going. I don't like that. But it is what it is. You know,
Right.
we just have to
Uh
run with it as it is.
this could really go either way.
I think the biggest thing is injuries going into that one and matchups.
Yeah.
Are we able to play chess match with Seattle like we are everybody else? If so,
Right.
cool. If not, then this is a 50-50 game. And we can't afford a 50-50 game when we're trying to fight for a division title. That's what I don't like that being right there. You know, that's not a good spot for that. Unless Seattle plays like absolute garbage,
Right.
there's always that random chance towards the end of the year. I've
I,
seen weirder things happen.
for now, uh I'm gonna say a loss.
I'm gonna agree. So it's gonna
Yeah.
come down to that game against the Buccaneers and Raymond James Stadium.
Yep. Game. Second
Mhm.
game, last game of the season. Yeah. Like I said, I think it's going to be a split, so I'm going to have to say this is a loss.
And that's the one that's gonna keep us out of the playoffs. But we're gonna come close. We're gonna get our 9 wins. We're gonna be in the fight. You know what I mean?
So, based on my picks, I am picking, let's see, for wins, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 wins.
Dead on target. What did I tell y'all before we even saw the schedule? Dead on target. Do I know this franchise or do I know this franchise, man? Come on, man.
I mean, if we hit that,
That's wild.
if we hit that, that's progress. Heck, if we hit 8, that's progress.
Exactly. Our goal this year is to be in the contention for the division title and possibly take it.
Right.
If we can take it, excellent. You know,
Yeah.
we're on target. Uh, if we fall up short, okay, I'm not mad at it, but we came close.
Right.
That just makes it a little tougher for us to draft, which is not a bad thing for us.
Right.
It's not fantastic, but it's not terrible either.
Yeah.
That means we can finish what we're doing, finish what we started. You know,
And like I said,
fill the last of these positions.
my upset pick is us beating San Fran on Monday night.
Mm-hmm. Game. All right, so you have one game that you're not supposed to win, and that's San Fran. So that's traditional every year. All right, so one, two, three, four, five. Yeah, five against Miami. Dallas is an L. So 5-1, 6-1, 6-2 against the Bills, 6-3 against the Packers. Um, 7-3 against the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
7-4 against the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, 8-4, 8-4 because we go into Atlanta and win that game, right?
Yeah, I'm picking a sweep of Atlanta.
Okay, 8-4. Rams is going to be an L. 8-5, 8-6. Um, 9-6 against the Buccaneers, and then 9-7, 9-8. Yeah, 9 wins.
Yeah,
I was dead on target with it, and that's if we maximize our schedule. All the rookies pan out. Everybody stays as healthy as we can keep them. You know, I'm thinking anywhere between 7 and 9 wins
yeah. I'm
if
thinking
everybody stays healthy and fights
I'm
for the
thinking
division title.
I'm thinking 8 or 9 overall. Eight
Mm-hmm.
or nine.
8 or 9. I'll
Now,
agree with that.
now once we get that 53-man roster, I mean, that definitely could change,
I'm saying 7 to 9 because the injuries have always cost us one game at least
which is fair.
per year. So
Yeah.
7 to 9.
Yeah.
There's always those unforeseen things that happen during games too. So you
Yeah.
got to kind of allow for one.
Right.
Um, but if we can get anywhere between that 7 and 9 win radius, we've accomplished what we set out to do for year two.
Right.
I'll be very pleased with that. If we get a playoff win, that's a bonus, and that looks good on Dave and Dan
Yep. Sure does.
and all these players. And that says we're ahead of schedule. We need to keep as many of these players as we possibly can
There it is.
because we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. And we only have a few holes left to fill.
Oh yeah.
We can get that done in year three off season. I see it coming already. We'll be sitting about anywhere from between 15 and 20 draft position if we accomplish what we're set out to do.
Right.
That's going to help us to finish off this roster, complete any holes that we still have left.
Mhm.
Add some depth in rounds 3 through 7, and you know, if we want to tweak something, we can tweak it. If
Right. Right.
and this team needs to be a constantly upgrading team. You know what I'm
Correct.
saying?
Yeah,
Do not
absolutely.
settle. Even if you see something that looks a little bit short of what you're looking for, but you can upgrade there,
Right.
and you've got a little extra money you want to spend, whether it be rookie money or free agent money,
Right.
spend it because we want to make sure that we get this right.
Right.
Before we make our playoff run and our Super Bowl run, let's learn from last time. Let's make sure there's no Achilles heel this time. And I
Good
mean, close it up
good point. Good point.
because that's what we failed to do last time. Third time's the charm. I want it done this time. I want that trophy in Charlotte this time. No mistakes this time.
Agreed.
You know? Yeah, you're going to have a sloppy Super Bowl, but you win a Super Bowl. Fine
Yeah,
with me.
fine with me.
but our roster has to be intact, okay, in order to do that.
Right.
And the only way we're going to do that is we're going to have to progress naturally.
Yep.
So we got to stay on the train. Year three, people are going to be pissed off. They're going to be upset. Boo hoo, woe is us. We didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
Sit down and be patient. It's not going to happen overnight. I told y'all this is a 3-year process. It's the same ones that complain about that don't understand this.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
much is
and,
true.
and our management understands it. We understand it, and we're trying to convey that to you
Right.
to open your eyes and look a little further. You know, this is going to be normal for year two, where we look at 9-7.
Right.
Uh, like I said, we're following the Lions blueprint. So when you look at the Lions blueprint, hold up, ESPN.
Mhm.
Let me see what the Lions did. Hold up. So when did they first hire um,
Ben Johnson?
Dan Campbell?
Oh, Dan
Yeah,
Campbell.
yeah. When did they first hire Dan Campbell? 2023?
Uh
Was it 22 or 23?
oh 06. Oh, wait, as a coach. I'm sorry. Wow. I'm going way back
Yeah,
too far.
yeah.
2021.
2021.
Yeah,
All right.
2021.
Okay, so 2021, you're evaluating, you're seeing what you have. So naturally, you're going to try to get your whatever wins you can get out of that season, which is the last three. When
Yeah.
did he officially take over? What week? Because I
Uh
think it might have been 13.
um let's see.
And why this is important is, you know,
So they started the season 0-10-1, and
mhm,
then week 13, yeah, was their first victory.
that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah.
And why this is important is you've seen terrible management, you've seen terrible games, and then you say, okay, I'm ready to make a change. And that change happens immediately.
Yes.
You see that initial surge that gets you one win,
Right.
but can you keep it going? You get slaughtered by Denver, you evaluate the team, you figure out what you have. Okay, cool. Come back in, face a garbage Arizona team, win that one.
Right.
Learning about your team still.
Right.
It continues on Atlanta, Seattle, Green Bay. And somehow you manage to pull off a win against Green Bay when they're putting in their subs. Okay, cool. But this is year one. You're evaluating what you have.
Right.
Now, once they drafted people, you're going to start to see some changes.
Right.
It's not going to happen immediately. Look at this start, through week 8. Does that look familiar to you?
Ah,
The
yeah.
1-8.
Yeah.
That looks familiar to you in year 2, right?
Right. Right.
Because you're starting to get your bearing. We had to bench Bryce Young to get that to happen, for the change to happen. But
Mm.
look where it changed. Week 9.
Oh,
Look at
yeah.
the pattern. Look what happened after that.
Yeah. There's definitely a pattern.
You got some garbage teams in here, but you've got the wins.
Right.
Look at this. Chicago, New York, our Panthers,
Right.
you know. Well, technically, we won that game, but
Right.
we weren't even supposed to win that game, to be honest.
Yeah,
But it was
which
like, it was a second year resurgent team versus a second year resurgent team,
right.
really. But we were garbage at that point, so I don't know how we won that. and then somehow you won against Green Bay again. They actually swept Green Bay. Look at that.
Yeah, that's
And they
big.
beat Minnesota, who is now a playoff team. Think about that.
That they did.
That's how you know you're making progress. Right there, that Minnesota game. So, you go in, you say, okay, what we have is not enough. Now we're going to draft again.
Right.
Look at this start that they went on up through 9 weeks. That is beautiful. That's a work of art right there.
There
Week
you,
three,
there you
year
go.
three, year three. This is year three under Dad Campbell. Look at the change that you're seeing right here. This is what's coming in 2026. I'm telling you right now. You're going to see five or six losses. It's going to be an 11-win season.
Right.
Look at the changes. Look at all of these nasty teams on this roster, this lineup here that they went through.
It adds up.
They even beat KC, Matt.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
They beat KC.
That was opening week.
Fully decked out KC roster. They beat it. This is what's coming, ladies and gentlemen. For us, if we stay on track.
Right.
And I'm telling you right now. Okay. So that's 23. Now you got 24. Look at this. It gets even more beautiful. They lost 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the progression. Their next goal. Okay, let's get a playoff game win,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
They lost to Washington in the division playoffs. So their next goal in 2025 is going to be let's make a playoff run.
Right.
We put up the regular season numbers, schedule wins
Mm-hmm.
of 15-2. We've done this consistently now. 2023 was what? Um 12-5.
Yes.
So that's 12-5. Now you've got 15-2. So we've shown that we can do this consistently.
Right.
So next year, expect to see like a 13-win game season or something like that to that effect.
Yep.
Except this year, you're going to see a playoff win, possibly two.
Right.
This was what's going to make them a major threat in the playoffs this year. This is why I'm saying watch out for them.
Yes.
Do not underestimate those Lions. They're going to sweep Green Bay again. See, Chicago's easy, Cleveland's easy, Cincinnati's easy. That KC game is going to tell us a lot about how strong this team is.
Right. Yeah. I
That
can.
and Baltimore early on. They're going to heal up week 8, come back out, beat a resurgent Minnesota team, beat a very angry Washington team, take an L to Philly, uh, possibly take an L to Dallas. But I could see them having another nasty year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what I'm thinking is like a anywhere between 13 and 15 wins again for the Detroit Lions. This is a NFC Championship threat right here.
Yes. For sure.
So if we're following by that schedule right there that they're following,
Mm-hmm.
we're following that blueprint dead on. Now I'm going to show you ours. Look where we're at. in that process right now.
Hmm.
If you look, we started in 23, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We evaluated in 23. We got the win over Atlanta. Okay, whoop de doo. But 24 is where we began, technically, this process. So year one,
Hmm.
here's what you're looking at. 5-12 start. You got
Oh, keep
your surprise win over.
keep going. I'm gonna use the restroom right quick. Y'all keep going. I'll be right back.
Sure. All right. So again, look how familiar this looks through week 8. You got all these L's and you got one win over the Raiders, which honestly was a fluke, in my opinion. Possibly. I'm kind of back and forth on whether we actually deserve to win that one or not. But um, then you start out. Here's week 9 against the Saints. This is where we finally squared up, and we said, "Okay, enough's enough. We want to win. We want to win right now. We need to maintain some dignity." So we got our dub there. We got our dub against New York and Germany, and that practice in Germany before we started that game is a historical benchmarker for where we're going as a franchise. I'm going to say it again. That was a historical bench marker. We're going to see that game. We're going to see that practice. Once we get where the Lions are, and we're going to celebrate that day every year and say, this is where it began. This is officially where it began. Because before this point, we had no idea where we were going. Through week 8, we had no clue what we were doing at all. We were just sand in the wind.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Yeah. So, yeah, blitz. So, just so you know, through week 8
Hmm.
of 2024, first year, does that look familiar to you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Based on what we just saw from the Lions?
Yes.
All right. So, we got our magical win against the Saints. Okay, cool. We finally found our footing. We finally figured out what we were doing. And we said, okay, enough's enough. It's time to make a stand. It's time to stop being the doormats of the league. That practice, right before that game in Germany,
Uh huh.
is a benchmarker for what we are doing with this franchise from this point forward. That's the moment we became way more than we ever thought we were going to become.
Mm.
That's the moment that jump started a future dynasty. Is that Focus Friday? And I want us to celebrate that day every year. When we start getting wins and we start going on that tear that the Lions are doing right now, I want us to remember that day.
Oh yeah.
We're going to do a live stream. We're going to celebrate it every year on that exact date. I want that to become the moment that we become more than we ever thought we were going to be. Because before this, we were just dust in the wind. We had
Hmm.
no clue where we were going, no direction, nothing before week 9. Everything changed that day,
Right.
and we became a competitive team. Look at what we did against KC. Look at what we did against Tampa Bay, Philadelphia. I'll say the Dallas game was a wash. I expected that one to go the way it did. But
Hmm.
look at Arizona.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Tampa Bay was a wash. But look at the Atlanta game at the end of the year.
Right.
All of that was sparked by that one Focus Friday practice in Germany. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's the beginning of something right there. Very, very special. And I want Panthers fans to understand this. This is going to be a historical day. It's coming. Mark it on your calendars.
Let's go.
And once we hit this 9-win season, we're not quite going to get to where the Lions are because we're not the Detroit Lions. Clearly, we're our own brand, you know, in our own division, doing it our own way. Because in this division, you have to have 9 wins in order to compete for a division title.
Yeah. That's the
So
magic number.
let's say we manage to get our 9 wins. Let's say we get into the playoffs and we lose that first round playoff game, just like the Lions did.
Hmm.
Imagine what 2026 is going to look like after we've had 3 full off seasons of work and completing this roster, just like
Yeah.
the Lions did under Dan Campbell.
Then that's when the real
I,
fun
I,
begins.
exactly. That's when our playoff run begins. And we're going to work our way up. 27 is what I'm predicting our Super Bowl run.
2027. Okay.
If we stay on schedule,
That's the key thing.
we have four good drafts and off seasons. 2027 should finish it off officially. I don't think that there will be that many things that we still have to push. It'll just be resigning at that point.
Right.
We'll be using like 75% of our money on resigning.
Hmm.
And you won't see a huge push in free agency unless we need to replace 1 or 2 positions.
Right.
So the whole draft process will be a depth move, you know,
Hmm.
humongous depth push, minus those 1 or 2 positions. That's what this um, that's what this vision looks like. You
Yeah.
know, going 2 years into the future. That's if we stay on schedule and we stay on path. Stay on the train. And Dan and Dave have shown us this offseason they know how to stay on that train. This was the one year that if we were going to derail, it was going to happen this year,
Right.
this offseason. And it hasn't happened yet. Think about that. Think about 2 more off seasons of this.
Yeah. We gotta
What
make
this team could look like at the end of that tunnel.
and
This
really,
could be nasty.
yeah, gotta make it count.
This could rival 2015's roster. Possibly even top it in a couple of areas. That's what we're looking at. And I'm trying to show everybody this vision because I don't think people there are some people that just don't understand this. They're not willing to look past this season. They want to look at just wins and losses.
Right.
Okay. Well, I just showed you what wins and losses are going to look like going into the next couple of years. You know, are
Right.
you willing to be patient with Dave and Dan long enough to get to that point? Or are you going to jump ship early? If you jump ship early, that's on you.
Can't jump ship early. Can't do it.
That's up to you. But I'm warning you right now. Don't try to jump back on that ship when we start winning. Because
Oh, snap.
I'm going to see y'all in chat, man. I'm going to see y'all in the VODs. Everywhere. On social media, everywhere. And I'm going to call you out on it. I'm taking names right now. I'm watching and I'm checking them off, man. I'm like Santa Claus right now.
Uh-oh. Don't hurt him.
See who is naughty and nice. I see who's naughty and nice as we go through this process. I'm gonna see y'all 2 years in the future, and
Oh, wow.
we about to check it out. Some of those comments, man. About to check some of those comments, and some of them are not gonna age well. I'm warning y'all right now.
Oh, snap. Don't hurt him now.
All these Bryce haters, I don't want to hear nut from these Bryce haters once we start winning. I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nothing from the doubters because it's gonna be like Chuba Hubbard, man. Look at Chuba Hubbard when he started struggling, man. When he first came in, fumbling issues, catching issues,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody's just like, "Ah, oh, Chuba's trash. Chuba's this. Chuba's that." Fast forward 3 years in the future, what's he doing now?
They're starting running back.
What's his numbers look like right now?
Chuba's
Oh,
numbers.
all y'all flip flopped. Every single one of y'all.
Uh, la-
Every single one of y'all.
last season was 250 carries, 1,195 yards, 10 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
His first 1,000-yard season, which he almost got it in 2023. He was only 98 yards away.
I was watching the VODs. I was watching the social media posts about Chuba
Mm-hmm.
2 to 3 years ago. Every single one of those people turned an about face. Every single one. He turned all those doubters around. And if Chuba can do that, Dan and Dave can too.
Yep, this is true.
So everybody that wants to throw Dan under the bus for the record that we're going to have 5 wins or 9 wins, that it's not going to be enough, it's not going to make the playoffs. Oh, boo hoo hoo. Are you willing to sacrifice one more year of not making the playoffs? Or at least being in contention and not making the playoffs? Or are you willing to just throw all of this work away and just say, screw it, all cautions in the wind, we're going to put all this money in and then fail?
Got to make it count.
Because some of these people are just like Super Bowl or bust mentality. And I'm like, that does not work. That does not work. It's been proven.
Right.
I don't understand why people are so stuck on that mentality. It does not work in the NFL. How many times have we seen that happen? And every single one of those players got sold off the next year, didn't they?
Yep.
Because they cannot afford to pay their mortgage on their cap space. I'm trying
Oof.
to tell y'all, man. The short flame does not pay off. It's the long flame that is working. Look at the Eagles. They got 2 Super Bowls out of it. Why?
Yep.
Because they chose the harder, long road. Look at the Chiefs. They chose the long, hard road. Yeah, people accuse them of cheating now, but shoot,
Mhm.
at the beginning they didn't. When they got
Yeah.
those first 2 Super Bowls, where were
Yeah.
those comments then?
Yeah. I mean, they built and they ended up building a dynasty.
They built an empire, bro.
Yeah.
That's where we're going. Imagine a Carolina Panthers empire, man, in the NFL. It's not that far away if you really think about it.
Yeah. We just gotta let them work. Give them the opportunity to let them work.
Let these guys cook. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Let these guys cook. Don't jump ship too early. Let them cook.
Right.
You know, and I look around social media this past off season, and I see a good chunk of this fan base understands what we're doing, and it makes me happy
Hmm.
because I see that they see the vision, and I can tell which ones see the vision and which ones don't, because the ones that don't are still complaining about it. And I'm like, look, stop complaining about the past. Stop complaining about what you're doing with Bryce Young. Focus on the future.
Right.
Focus on what's coming. And I've tried to show y'all this vision again and again and again. So I'm trying to help you guys let it sink in so you understand what we're doing
Right.
so you don't forget it. You know, because if you think about it, people on social media these days, they got a 30-second uh, attention span, right?
Yeah. For the most part. Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. If you spend more than just a minute and you listen and you learn what we've been trying to teach you tonight, you're going to see it.
Right.
You're going to see the vision. If you don't and you got a 30-second span, all you're going to see is wins, losses, Super Bowl or bust, blah, 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 blah. You're going to get stuck in your little box.
Mm.
And I'm trying to help you guys find your way out of that box little by little. Whatever I can do to help you see the future is coming for this team, bro. It's coming.
Yep.
And you can hate it or you can jump on board. The choice is up to you. And some people don't like change.
Yeah. That
They,
is
they will
true.
fight it tooth and nail until there is nothing left to fight. And it still overtakes them. Change is inevitable. It's a
Right.
part of life. And I look at this Dan and Dave era, man, and it's full of change, man. It's full of good changes. You can fight it. You can complain about this and that and this and that. You know,
Right.
here's
Right.
my thing. When we went to the Super Bowl in 15, where were all these people complaining until after the Super Bowl was over?
Right.
Not a single one spoke up. Not a single one, because there's nothing to complain about. Look at our roster back in 15. It was flawless.
Hmm.
From top to bottom. Flawless. There's nothing to find fault in.
Right.
And yet
But
somehow these people still manage to do it anyway.
yeah, for reals.
Bottom
But
line is this, man. Stay focused. Stay on the train. Keep pounding through all this garbage.
indeed,
Because the end of the tunnel is coming. A lot sooner than you think.
it takes
I'm predicting
patience.
it now. I know this franchise. I know what we're doing.
Yeah, it takes patience. But I'm gonna have to hop off here. Um, cause yeah,
Yeah, man.
It's a little late, but I wanted to give you a chance. Plug in your socials.
Keep pounding 3869 on YouTube. Again, that's keep pounding 3869, one whole word, in the search bar on YouTube. And on Facebook, look us up at Keep Pounding in all caps. Facebook group page. Don't just look us up by the page. Look us up by the group page. Big difference. I've
Big,
had people get confused by that.
indeed, big
So
difference. But yeah, y'all. Schedules out. Like I said, this was a good breakdown, but I definitely see improvement over last season. But as Corey was saying, we gotta let things play out, let them do their jobs. Gotta be patient, but most of all, keep pounding. We're gonna get through
let me
this.
let me say this, cause we got gaming streams coming on my channel.
Oh yeah,
Um, throughout the next few months. Um, we might do a music podcast as well. Just talking about music stuff. So I mean, be on the lookout. Come over to our page and sub and hit the bell so you don't miss that content during the off season.
there
But
you.
if you're just here for the Panthers content, we'll be around. But you can catch us on social media, on the Facebook group page
Oh yeah.
and also on his pages. But um, we'll mostly not be covering most of this stuff. There's no training camp for the fan base,
Oh yeah, because
but I
we're not allowed.
but I will still be covering training camp based on the information that we're given.
Hmm.
So do keep that in mind for July. That will still be a thing. So I wanted to announce that and make sure that that was known. I will still be covering it for the next 2 years in
There,
training camp.
I can dig it. I can definitely dig it. But anyway, I'm about to peace out. I don't know if you're still gonna keep going, Corey, but if you do, everybody go right on over to Corey's channel. Keep pounding on YouTube, and Corey finished strong. Um,
Thank you, sir.
and of course
Mm.
for Blitzball Champ Gaming, and
Keep pounding.
we will catch y'all next time. Stay tuned. Keep eyes out. Keep pounding, and look forward to the journey. Blitzball Champ out.